Yes.
Wonderful. All right. Today's class is focused on how to handle errors in Java. It's called exception handling because errors are called exceptions in Java. We have a project for you to do. This is a bit of an extensive homework. There's 2 questions here. One of these homework, the first one, you have to apply the knowledge that you will acquire in today's class. I will have a similar example done in the class, so you should be able to do this with no issues. Second question is an interview question, and there's a lot of interview questions I have compiled for you to practice. Going forward, even though this is the last class for Java, you do have to do some interview question practice programs on your own, and ping me when you have it, and or if you need any assistance. This is one of them. Additional interview programs are towards the bottom down here, where I put it here under extra practice. These are very common. You should try to solve them. If not, at least look at the solutions. And you can click on this word extra practice, and it's going to take you to the site where these questions are, which is right here. All of these questions have solutions. So here's the first one. And you can click on solution and scroll down to the solution program here. Read about it. Talks about the pseudocode on how to solve this, what this is about, explains the question a little bit more. So all of that is very beneficial, and you need to explore through these on your own when we get into Selenium class. Other than that, the format is still the same. I have the tools right here, all the notes, and I try to write these notes in a way that as if you would be answering these questions, these answers to your interview question. So it's going to be like as if somebody asks you a question and you read it. Somebody asks you what is a compilation error, and if you were to even memorize these and just deliver, that should be just fine. To the point, nothing major extra added to it. You don't need to add anything if you don't want to. If you miss a few things out of this, that's still fine. I think it will cover. As long as you have one sentence to say about what these ideas are, you should be good to go. But I'll cover all of that shortly. You don't have to take any notes. I'm also going to compress the code that I'm going to write on Eclipse today. And I'm going to create a zip file, and I will either email you the zip file, or maybe I'll post the zip file somewhere here, and I'll show you at the end of the class how to import that zip file into your Eclipse so you have access to all the codes. Let's begin. Let me go ahead and start this workspace here, and I'm going to take notes on Notepad. Is this font okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So today's class topic is exception handling. And exception in Java means errors or error handling. Now in Java or in software engineering, you're not gonna say errors anymore. You wanna say exceptions. Again, they're the same thing. So if you hear exception, it means some sort of error that came in, and we need to handle those or bypass or something. Now, if Java throws some sort of error, your program is going to fail. And sometimes you don't want it to fail. You don't want it to fail for that particular reason why Java is failing it. Today's class, I'm going to show you how you can control Java executor. Whenever executor fails, for example, you, by controlling it, you should be able to stop the failure and either bypass it, like no failure at all, and you catch it and you stop it, or you can even control where to fail it in a particular way. So objective of today's class: A, how to learn how to uh, control Java failures. Okay, and in learning how to control Java failures, you'll be able to also learn how to bypass the failures. You're going to learn today of learn how to throw your own failure or customize your own failure for a certain situation. You're going to learn how to display a customized, and customized meaning your choice, you decide, customized message, failure message. You're also going to learn today how to debug in Eclipse. Okay, and possibly a homework, interview question. So I will demo an interview program, and that ought to do it. It'll explain the homework, and you should be good to go. Any questions before we proceed?
No question.
All right. So before we move any farther on errors, there are two types of errors or exceptions. For now, I'm going to say errors, but later on I will interchange with exceptions, and then we're just going to get into exceptions, and I won't say the word error much. So two types of errors that you have seen so far in a random basis. One was compilation error. This one you have seen a lot. What it is this error is displayed in your editor, code editor, while writing code. What does that mean? That means if you are in Eclipse and suppose you make a mistake, let's say I forget to capitalize this letter S and it's lowercase, this is a compilation error, meaning when you're typing this in the back end, this Eclipse is compiling and trying to connect every single line and trying to make sense of it. And this string word with lowercase, it's not connecting anywhere. It doesn't have any meaning in the compiler. So it's throwing you an error right now. And this error, you would be able to fix it, hover over and look at it, look at the message, and be able to fix before you kick off the run. These types of errors are called compilation error. If you have a compilation error, it's not even going to run it. If I hit the run button, it's going to give you a window like this, and it's going to say error exists in required project, and it's going to give you the project name, and it's going to ask you proceed with launch anyway. I mean, you can proceed, but it's not going to run the thing, and it's going to throw an error, and you might get some sort of information here. And notice it's talking about unresolved compilation problem. That means it wasn't able to compile. The error should be in the code that you need to go in and fix, and it will even point out where. For example, this. So the errors that your editor is able to display is called compilation error. So this error is displayed in the code, in your code editor, and editor is your Eclipse. Okay. The second type of error is called runtime error. You have also seen this every once in a while. That means you wrote the code, but the code was all fine. It didn't give you any error. You resolved all the compilation error. But when you kick off a run, you notice that it comes up with some sort of red error message. So those are called the runtime error. What does that mean in theory? It's identified after you run the program. In other words, meaning during the runtime. So when you run it, and that's why it's called runtime error, because you just ran it and it didn't go well. Java was only able to catch it after you kicked off the run. The program fails with error message. Now, the difference between the compilation error and runtime is this one, editor fails to display an error type or error hint. The code editor fails to display the error or fails to identify. Code editor fails to identify the error and only figured out after you kick off the run. This one, code editor figured out, and you should be able to hover over the error and fix mistake. This one, runtime error, you won't be able to hover over and fix the mistake because there is no red underline to show you where the mistake is. But you have to read the error message and figure out where this error is going to be located, which I'm going to show you today. So the way for you to fix a runtime error is to fix a runtime error. One must read the error message to identify where the error might be and be able to fix it. Now I'll show you a whole bunch of different types of error messages and how to decode that and be able to fix those mistakes. Now, like we talked about, all of these errors are called exception, and different errors in Java have different exception name for it that Java will be referring to. So one of the ones that are that you probably have seen already. So let me type this: different types of Java runtime exceptions. We don't need to talk about this compilation error much because you have already experience with it. You know how to resolve these issues on your own. What we have not touched base is runtime exception. So let's take a look at the different types of runtime exception. The very first one, and by far probably the most important one, is called array index out of bounds exception. Now it's written like this because this is how the class is created with all Pascal case, capital A, capital I, O. And in this particular class, there are codes there that throws those errors to display in your console, and for you to resolve. There's a whole lot of mechanism goes. So these spellings, if you have a uppercase or lowercase messed up, it's not going to work. So I want you to just pay attention to how exactly this phrase is written down. Now, whenever you see an array index out of bound, it means bad index. All right, the index is bad, so that's where you need to focus. It could be either, so let me put it down here. Could be definitely bad index. Now, what could it be? It could be that the index that you are using, or index, is either negative. Index cannot be negative, so that's going to throw an error if you have a negative index. And C, the index is greater or equal to the length of the variable. Let me explain this in an encode, and then it's going to make sense to you. So let me go ahead and create some classes here. Close this out. Y'all with me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see, change workspace. A more readable version of notes are here, so you can look at that. I'm going to take this piece of code that's right in here and show you how this code is going to throw runtime exception. Very start, I'm going to create a project and name this project exception handling. Okay, inside exception handling, we'll call this package 1. And inside package 1, we'll create a class called handle or array index out of bound. Okay, and throw in a public static void main. So here I am. We'll take this piece of code and let's see what's going on here. Haley, can you tell me what this symbol means with this int right here?
To be honest, I don't remember.
Tony?
Array.
It is an array. That means that this int not only creating one spot. Let me draw this here. If I just had int and this symbol wasn't here, that would mean that my numbers, this spot that would be created in Java for you, is only going to accept or contain one number, and that's it. You cannot have multiple. But with this symbol right here, the array symbol, that tell us that this is going to hold more than one piece of data. It's going to have multiple. So the drawing for this in your mind should be more like a table of data. The type of data it's going to hold, it's going to be that int. Okay. The name of this storage that you get to choose, which is my numbers. Okay. And by looking at this equal sign on the right side, this is the data that's going to go in there. So if I were to draw this out with these commas and looking at these numbers here, Loretta, how many data is there? How many different data should I have?
3.
3. So I got 1, 2, and 3. This number 1 is right here. This data is here. And this data is here. Okay. So in storage 1, I got 1. Storage 2, I got 2. Storage 3, I got 3. Probably not the best thing to do here. could be very confusing. How about 11, random number, 25, and 36? So in that case, storage number 1 has 11, storage number 2 has 25, and storage number 3 has 36. Under the same name, my numbers. Now, who can answer this question? How am I going to access 25 using my numbers?
Yeah, I have to do like 1, I think so.
How to access 25, you said?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
How would I print out this 25 from this array right here with the system.out?
You're going to put my numbers, and then you're going to put
1.
placement spot is 1.
Just
So
one like that?
no, you got to put is it parentheses or would it be or the square bracket?
Square bracket.
Square bracket, put 1 inside because that's the placeholder that 25 is occupying right now.
And what is this one? What is this one called?
It's index.
It's an index. So the way to access this data from my numbers array is through the use of index. What do we know about the index? What number does the index start with, Loretta?
0.
It starts with 0. So this one is 0. This is 1. And then this is 2.
2.
Haley, if I ask you, what is the size of this array? What would be your answer?
Oh, goodness. I feel like it's 3 because there's 3 numbers.
Correct.
But
Size
okay,
of the array is how many pieces of data is stored in this array, which is 3. One way to print that, if you remember from one of those classes we had, is you can either type in length, dot length, or if you forget that, you try size, dot size. Any one of those should work. Well, specifically, certain arrays work with certain ones. Generally, it's length for arrays. But let's say you forgot. You're like, length is all I can remember, or maybe size, I don't know. You try both. If you put a dot and type in length and you see length shows up in this box, that means that's the one that you need to use to get the size of the array. If length doesn't show up, then you type in dot size and then see if that works. If size doesn't work, of course, then length. Interchange that as you need to. This is a very important function because with the length, you need to know the length for you to do some of those high-level stuff. So let me just go ahead and print that and confirm that the length on this array is 3. And there you go. We got 3. Anyway, Tony, you said put a square bracket. And if I wanted to access 25, type in a 1. So my numbers and 1, it's going to give me 25. And we got 25. Any questions here? This is information, nothing new to you. We've had a class on this before. Yes?
Yeah, exactly.
Any clarification needed on how to manage these memory and display or access data from this memory for array that I have here?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
no.
You must be very good at this because without being able to manipulate and understand this, automation might get very tricky and difficult for you to complete because we're going to be heavily using this. Now, notice if I type in 0 here, which is 10, is it showing me any kind of error here?
No.
No. Is there an index of 10 in this my numbers array?
No.
No. What is the maximum index you can have for this my numbers?
3.
Think again.
2.
Let's draw this again.
Confused.
It's pretty tricky.
Index, you said, yeah.
Sometimes this pen doesn't want to work until I restart this. I'll look at this pen now. It works fine though.
Okay.
Super tiny. Anyway, so we got this spot right here. We got 1, 2, and 3. This is 11. This is 25. This is 36. Haley said the size of this is 3. And I said, what is the maximum index you can have if this index is 0, this is 2, this is 1, and this is 2, what will be your answer?
2.
The maximum index you can have is 2. What is the relationship between index and size? Oh, I can't write with this. What is
It's
the
okay.
relationship between the index and the size?
Index is always size minus 1.
That's it. So
Really?
index, whatever the index is, can the index be exactly same as the size? Ever?
No.
It will never be. That means whatever the index you use, you better make sure that you don't use any number that is equal to the size or greater than the size. Does that make sense?
So you
Yeah.
have 10, yeah?
If I put 10, your
It's
editor
not a-
is not going to throw an error. He doesn't know. Compiler is unable to decide right now that this is a mistake. Therefore, you won't see this mistake until you kick off a run. Okay? That's why it's called a runtime error. So the whole idea that you need to understand and take away from this is that you must know what the size of the array is. First of all, you know that in this array, the size of this array is 3. Why? There's 1, 2, and 3 pieces of data. Okay? And you must know that you cannot use 3 as your index because that will be wrong. Understand? Because in
Yeah.
index 3, there is nothing there. It has not even been created. This line did not even create that memory. Index 4, if you go there, it's not even created. It's going to throw you an error. Now, is there an index -1 here?
When you put 10,
Let's say in this situation, if I were to put index -1, is there such thing?
No.
There is no such thing. You're right. There is no such thing as -1. As a matter of fact, index never starts with a minus sign. Index always starts with what number?
0.
0. Come on, you guys need to be strong with this now, okay? Try to take some ownership in Java already, because you know a lot. You just don't think that you do, but you do know a lot, and try to take this ownership. So index starts with 0. You know it's going to start with 0. And what is the maximum you can have with respect to the size? It has to be
2.
what? If you know the size, it has to be what? How much less than the size?
1.
Come on. It's 1.
We said.
Yes. It has to be size minus 1. Okay? So size minus 1. That is the highest number of index you can have. If you choose any index from 0 all the way to size minus 1, if your index is outside this range, you're gonna get an exception or an error by Java. It's going to say array index out of bounds, because this is the bound. Understand? This from here to here, which is in this particular case is 0 and maximum is 3. If I choose any number for index outside of 3, greater than 3, or less than 0, it's gonna give me array index out of bound, and let me show you how. So if I run this right now, we saw that if I were to choose index 1, it gives me 25, and that's fine. It works. I can put index of 0, it's gonna give me this 11. Okay? Works fine. I can put index of 2, it's gonna give me this 36. This is a confusing part of Java. You have to get used to it. That the 2 is gonna give me what's in the number 3. The 1 is gonna give me what's in number 2. And the 0 is gonna give me what's in number 1, or the first one. So now if I run this, that's gonna give me 36. But if I choose 3 and run it, it's not gonna give me anything. It's gonna give me an error. Now, let's take a look at this error. There's a lot to read. You don't need to read a lot. My recommendation, when you see these kinds of errors, look at this part right here, java.lang. This will always stay the same, this part. But the very last dot, this part right here, that's the exception that we need to handle, that we need to work with. Okay? And in the interview, they're going to ask you, name a few exceptions that you have seen. And as many as you can name, the better. That shows more experience you have. The number 1, the first one you should say is array index out of bound. You should say it in the order that appears more, that you see more often. And this is one of those that appears a lot often. Okay. So array index out of bound is your issue. Immediately, you should know that you have chosen an index that is, stop it. Hang on a second. This thing is acting weird. There you go. So you have chosen an index, number 1, it's bad. Or you may have chosen an index that's either negative or it's greater or equal to the length of the variable that you're trying to access. Okay, that's where that greater or equal to the length comes in. Okay, now you coming back in here, already you should know that this is an array and you chose an index right here. So your focus should be, the error should be right there. But if you can't figure that out, then you go farther, read a little bit more, and try to get some hints. Take a look at this part. Index 3, it's even telling you index 3 out of bounds for length 3. So the length of the array is 3, and you chose an index 3. That cannot happen. You have to choose something 1 less than the length of 3. The other thing is, if you look at this line right here, or all the way at the very end, who can tell me what this number 8 means?
Line number.
Is the line number.
Correct. So there's like, in this tiny little message that you saw, there's telltale signs of where this issue is. And as a good engineer, you need to be able to be analytical and find pieces as much as you need to get to where you need to go to fix the problem that caused this failure. So if I don't understand what this is, and there's like 1,000 lines of code here, I mean, obviously this is pretty easy. I know it's here, but what if I got like 1,000 lines? Okay, I'm not there, and I don't know. So in that particular case, this number comes in very handy. Is that tells me, okay, I need to go to line number 8. And there's my line number 8. And the problem is on this particular line, so I need to focus on that. And what's the problem? Array index out of bound. That means this index right here, something wrong with it, and I need to fix that. Question about array index out of bound?
No.
No.
Okay. That's all there is to it about array index out of bound. If you can explain this in the interview, you're awesome, and they would love you for it. The training centers that are out there, they don't teach as much on these exception handling. They just do if and switch statements very well, and the other things are like really shaky. So you have an opportunity to shine on these things. If you go out there and talk about these exceptions and how to handle these exceptions well, like today's class, you are like the star out of all the interviewees that most people are going to get. Anyway, let's take 10 minutes break. We'll come back and I'll show you how to bypass. What if I didn't want this kind of error message? Now, as an engineer, for you, now that I'm teaching you, for you to figure out where this error is and how to fix it is easy. But what if you have some teammates in your group that is not an engineer, they don't understand Java, and they need a human readable message for them to decode or understand what's going on. How are you going to do that? Well, there is a way to do that. You can block Java. You can catch this error wherever it happens, and you can customize failure yourself and throw an error message of your own choice that is human readable, and replace this whole messy, complicated technical message with something that is easily understood by your teammates, or even general public that would be able to understand what's going on. It is very, very important that you have this skill, because when you're going to be automating test cases, it's going to fail left and right for different reasons. And these reasons are going to show up like this. Now, you want to have your automation failure report available to your teammates who is a manual tester and does not have Java skills. Why? Because the manual tester is going to look at that report and say, oh, it failed because of this. But if you don't handle those failures and let Java fail himself, then its message is going to look like this. And unlike you are an engineer who understands what this array index out of bound is, but your teammate who's a manual tester has no idea what this array index out of bound exception is, and therefore will be confused and might even try to ask you, or even not, and skip the work altogether and not even retest that particular piece that is broken for that software automation that you created. Okay, more of this will come to you, but let's take about 5 minutes break. Let's take 7 minutes break, come back at 10 o'clock, and I'm going to show you how to handle this, block it, bypass it, and throw your own customized message to display for somebody who doesn't understand technical terms. Hey, are you guys back?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. Just closing this out right here. And we'll save it so when I give you the zip file, you all can get this one. Whatever the examples that I'm doing here, you can get a copy of that. Let me create the next one. Now that you know what array index out of bound exception is, I don't want to cover what else is out there before I show you how to handle this because it might get too messy. Second one that you should utter in the interview is string index out of bounds exception. Okay. What does that mean? Same thing, but bad index this time for string. Okay, it applies the same rules here that index is either negative and the index is either equal to the length, which it cannot be, or greater than the length, which also cannot be. One out of these things. I have an example here, so we'll create another class called string index out of bounds. Throw in a public static void main, and let's go in and fetch the code and see what's going on here. Okay. So, Loretta, what's happening in this first line here?
You make it store.
Say I created a storage, or
Yeah.
storage created.
You made it. Yeah, you created storage.
So tell me more.
And you save it the name John in there.
Okay. So created a storage and
you save it.
stored the name John.
Yes.
Okay. So let's take a look at how this looks. So here's a storage created. What is the name of the storage?
My name.
Good. Always like don't think too much. Know what it is and answer immediately. Okay? And here's the storage.
No, I was in mute.
Oh, sorry. Keep yourself unmuted. JOHN, and I'm going to write it all caps so you can see better, but it's not supposed to be in caps. Whatever it's written here is how it should show up. But here's John that's stored in one storage called my name. Okay. All right. The type of the storage is a string.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, what happens? Who can tell me with this particular line right here what's happening before I explain this?
What's happening with the system.out println line?
So what's happening in this line?
That method myname.char@ is looking at my name and looking at character index 1.
Just the
That's right. So if I kick off a run, what is it going to print?
Should print out O, yeah.
Correct, Haley. So if I kick off a run here, it's going to print out O, which is this one here, that one right there. So I don't know if you're noticing that this character at, this method, is actually breaking this one memory spot into multiple. Understand?
Yes.
It broke it down into many with this magic word called character at. If you use that dot character at, then this becomes index 0. This becomes index 1. This becomes a 2. And this becomes a 3.
3.
Okay. And you are welcome to choose any one of these index in this special method called character at and be able to retrieve any one of these letters from that one string that was created down here. Okay. I didn't create this, then why is it there? Well, that comes, all those benefits comes with the word string. What type of variable is this? Is it a
Which one?
primitive? Or is it not primitive?
The string?
Yes,
String is wrapper, not primitive.
correct. So primitive, Haley, tell me, what are the primitive data types?
Is it like string? Oh goodness,
Not string.
not it's not string.
No.
Oh, well then I'm not sure.
Alright.
I don't know either. Sorry.
Int.
Oh, int. Oh,
Int, double, boolean,
boolean. Those?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I know
air.
now.
Yeah.
And then
Int,
Boolean.
double. Boolean. Yes.
Okay. Can anybody try another one? Float.
Oh yeah. Float.
Remember those?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Short.
Char.
Char. Uh-huh. Now you're
Mhm.
talking. Okay.
Yeah. Brain was frozen.
I displayed a table of that, and it's in one of those classes. You need to go back and refresh your memory. I can tell that either you didn't have time or you didn't have the zeal to go back and create flashcards of these for you to study and memorize and be up to date. I'm gonna start getting pretty tough on you from now on going forward, because if you don't do that, if you don't go back and study, you're not going to be able to remember all these materials down the road, because it's going to pile up. Okay. And you won't be ready for that interview that you want to go to. Or if you go to that interview, it might be very embarrassing for you. I want you to walk into that interview with a lot of confidence and feel like you're the winner. And after the interview, you walk out there and get a job offer before you hit the door in your home. So that's what I want to see you there for. And you need to study hard. Anyway, primitive data types and non-primitive that are not primitive are the ones that start with the capital letter S. Okay, it's gonna be capital letter, not S, but any capital letter.
String.
So string with the capital letter is a non-primitive, meaning Tony said it is a wrapper class. That means it has methods of its own. So if you put a dot after the string variable name, you get a lot of stuff, a lot of magic come out. These don't have any magics. Okay, they're primitive, they're old. Just think it that way. They're old. They don't have any magic. But non-primitive that are new, somebody created them. If you put a dot to it, it's going to open up a lot of stuff for you. Tony, can you give me another non-primitive data type?
Yes, integer with uppercase I, double with an uppercase D.
So somebody went in and said, hey, I know int is a primitive data type, but I'm going to create a magical version of this int. And he named it integer. You need to know that. Okay, integer. Same way, somebody created a data type called double with the capital D. You can also use these data types if you want with the capital. If you use that, you get some magical options come up. Okay? Not always we need them. You are going to see these two though, string and integer. There's a couple of methods or magics that comes out of this integer that you need to know either in the interview or for your work area. This Boolean with the capital B, there is a non-primitive wrapper class for that as well. Guess what? All of these have wrapper classes that do some magic things. Interview question, it's a must. What is a primitive data type? What is a non-primitive data type? You have to explain how they work. Why not? Just like I said, that, first of all, they're lowercase. That's how I recognize what's a non-primitive. Uppercase ones, those, the initial letter uppercase, that's non-primitive. Non-primitives are class type data. That means a class has been created for that. Non-primitive data types have dot options. You can put a dot and have a bunch of methods that you can use. You need to talk about that. Just mention that to the interviewer. All of that. Any question?
Okay.
No questions.
Okay. Now, let me go back to here. And this particular model that we did, that there was JOHN, and you wrote my name because it was a non-primitive data type. My name with the dot gave you this option that you can use, this method you can use called character at, and this character at is the index of that memory, and you cannot have a -1 index or any minus. You can start with the 0 and end with the size -1. The size of this index is 4. 4 minus 1 is going to give you 4 minus 1 is 3, and that is the maximum of index that you can have. If I try to put in anything different, so if I try to type in 25 and run it, it's going to give me string index out of bound exception, same way that we got the array index out of bound exception. Same type of messages that's going to be here. And at the very end, the last line is going to tell you which line this error occurred, which is line number 8 right here, that you can go back and try to fix that. Any question about string index out of bound exception before we move on to the other exceptions?
No, I don't have any question.
Haley?
No.
Okay. The next one that we're going to learn is called null pointer exception. So let me clean this up and close this out. Create another class called null pointer. What does null mean?
Nothing in there.
Nothing, correct. Null means nothing. So let me set this up here and go back to our notes. Number 3, null pointer exception. This means no data. There is nothing there. Let me do it this way. No data. Not bad data, but no data. What does that mean? Null means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing was found when you try to call the data. Variable does not have any data stored. And you're trying to call it, it's going to throw a null pointer exception error. Let's take a look at an example. I'll take this code right here. Create a class. Oh, I already have a class. Copy that here. Haley, what's happening on line number 7?
You're creating the my name storage, but there's nothing in it right now.
Very good. And Loretta, tell me what's happening in line number 9.
You're trying to print out the. Oh, okay. You're trying to print out, but there is nothing to print.
And I'm trying to specifically print out what with this?
Now. Oh yeah.
But I'm asking to for Java to print what with this character at 1. What does that mean?
1 is you.
No. This is null, but
Yeah.
it's not going to print out this u, is it?
No, you're trying to print out whatever is at index 1 for whatever is in my name, but you didn't put anything in my name, so it's going to be an error.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear. That with this command, it's trying to print whatever value is at index 1, meaning it's the second letter. So if I had, let's say, John or Jason, with this character at 1, I'm trying to print out the second letter of this word.
Yes.
Second letter. But because with null, it has nothing in it, it's really not going to print that letter U. Now if I kick it off, it's going to give me this exception saying null pointer exception. All that means is that you're trying to ask for some data inside the storage, but there's nothing there. That's all there is to it here. If you want to go to the very last line and line number 9, then that tells you where this mistake happened. Okay? Now it's only pointing that this is where I failed you, but the fix, where am I going to fix it? Can I do anything in here to fix this?
No, you have to fix it in 7.
Yes, correct. So don't always think that this number 9, this is where my error is. That's not a smart engineer looks at. They look at analytically that, okay, number 9 is where it triggered the failure, but I need to look at where my name is created. You can control and click on it. Notice if I press the control button and hover over this, my name becomes blue. That means it's ready to take me there. Now it could be like I could have a lot of codes here, and often that's what's going to happen. It won't be so easy. Let's say I'm way down here, and I know the error gave me number 9. I got it right here, but this is where the error is coming from, and there's no way I can fix it here. I gotta go back to where my name is It may or may not be on this particular page, by the way. But what you can do is press Control button and hover over and click on it. The cursor is blinking here right now. It's going to take you back to where it is. Notice it took me back to where my name is. And then I can fix that there. That, okay, I need to put a name in here. And now run this and see if it works. And I got M, the second letter. Any question about null pointer exception?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, our next one is called arithmetic exception. So let me clean this up before I head there. Creating another class called arithmetic. What does arithmetic mean?
It's a math.
Something to do with math. Good. Something to do with calculations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a plus, minus, yeah, those things.
Correct. So any
Multiple
kind of
division.
mathematical operations.
Mm-hmm.
Exception. This, whenever you see this exception, that means it's bad calculation. Something gone wrong in the calculation, the formula messed up. Generally pointing to bad mathematical operation or operator, like plus, minus, operator, such as the plus or the minus or the division. Something went wrong. It does not stop there. It could be anything else in that line of operation, like square root or square. And it's between two numbers. Always something that you try to do between two numbers that cause these kinds of issues. Now let's take a look at this one here. I can have a code like this, system out, and I can have 25 divided by 5, for example. Okay, I can write divided by 5, this mathematical term, right inside the system out print, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna print out the result for me. What will be the result, Haley?
Maybe 5.
It's gonna be 5. Let's run it, confirm. 5. Very good. Now, if I put a 0 here, is that a problem?
Yeah, because it won't come out anything.
What will be the answer?
0.
0 divided by 5 is going to give me a 0.
0.
Not a problem. But if I were to do 25 and divide that by 0,
That's your problem.
Yeah.
yeah. So that's going to be a problem even in your calculator. If you were to divide anything accidentally by 0, it's going to give you some sort of error. In Java, this is also an error. If I run this, it's going to give me this arithmetic exception. Okay? And little hint here, divided by 0. It's not telling you that you can't do that, but it's telling you that you divided by 0. That's a no-no. All right? And here's like line number 7. And there could be these kinds of arithmetic exceptions come up for various other things that I don't have an example for right now. Okay? But if you see it, you go to that particular line number 7, and then you analyze the operation between the two numbers and try to see if something went wrong, if this explanation is not good enough. Any question before we move into the other exception?
No.
Okay. Today, I'm only going to go over 4 exceptions with you. 5, actually. One more.
Okay.
But
Are we gonna be done?
no,
Oh.
I got a lot of stuff for you guys. But this is the 5 exceptions for today's class. And as we do more automation, I'm going to stack a few more exceptions there that you need to explain in the interview. Number format exception. Okay. And this means bad data. Okay, we know that null pointer, we had no data, but number format exception, we have bad data. What else does that mean? This generally happens during a conversion of data. There are ways to convert data. We need to go back and revisit what we learned before. So I'll be asking you questions. Just bear with me for a second. Let me create a class called number. You guys, while I'm doing this, think about how to convert an integer to a string and string to an integer. If you can remember. Number format exception. I'll put in that right here. And let's say I have a variable called number. Okay. And I have any number, let's say 250. Who can tell me what's wrong with this?
You shouldn't put the quotes around a number.
Very good, Haley. So no quotes can be allowed for any type of data, which is a number.
Mhm.
So taking the quotes out resolves that issue. But what if this 250, I got it from a website? You as an automation engineer, there's a 250, a number that you need to work with. Anything that you pick up from the website, it's always going to be in the form of a string, which you're going to see in about a couple of weeks later. They're always going to come as a string. Okay? Now, if you want to save it as a string, that's one way to fix the problem. So if you change this to a string, no problem. You can store that 250. But it's always going to come as a string. You have to play with it yourself to figure out how else I need to convert this into. Okay? Now, will you be able to do any mathematical operation with this 250 if it's stored in string?
No.
Correct. You won't. But let's say you need to do some mathematical operation. Let's say there are several numbers. Okay?
Oh, Jesus.
150. There is 150. There's 100. And these are the deposit amounts. And you need to add these deposit amounts to find out what was the total deposit that the customer made. And you need to validate that total with another page, deposit totals, to see if the software is providing accurate data or not. Haley, will you be able to do these kinds of mathematics if you store this 250 into string?
I don't think so, but I could have forgotten.
No, you're right.
You can't.
You can't do any mathematical operations with this num. Okay? Suppose I have, and I'll show you that it's not going to work if I put 150 here and then 100 right here and try to add these. Okay, number one, num2, num3, for example, and I create a variable called int total deposit. And in total deposit, I want to add these three. Num1, I'll just copy, plus,
num2
good,
plus num3.
plus num3. Okay, it's gonna give me an error. First, it's telling me that there is a type mismatch. These are string. You're trying to add the strings and store it in total deposit. That's not gonna work. Well, is it gonna fix it if I were to change this to a string?
Yes.
It's actually gonna fix the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take the error away. But here's the funny part. If I were to print this total deposit,
Mm-hmm.
is it gonna
Wouldn't it just display them all three and not add them together?
Yes. It's not gonna give me 250 plus 150 is 400 plus 100 is 500. I'm not gonna get that. Look what I got.
You
Yeah.
got something. You got all the numbers.
Yeah, better than nothing for sure. Okay. I got the 250 right here with the plus sign. He added that other string, which is 150. I mean, string did his work.
But if you put double, then it will work. Yeah, instead of the string.
If I put double, it's gonna throw me
No,
in
you have to change all the strings up.
and change all these strings to, yeah. I mean, if you change this to int and change to int, right? And this to int, we're still left with problem is these quotation marks.
Oh yeah, you can't have this. Yeah.
Okay, I can't have those quotation marks. But from the website, I picked up this. You picked up as an automation engineer these data. I'm sorry to say, they come like this. They come with the quotation mark. They come as a string. You have to convert this into a non-string and then only be able to use mathematics. Okay? The question is, how are we going to do that? Anybody remembers? Tony?
How you're gonna convert it to string?
Yeah. How am I going to convert this string into an int?
Well, you gotta take
Ariston, can you stop it?
you gotta take the quotation marks off first of all.
I can't, suppose I cannot take this quotation marks off. The data is going to
You have to put again string, yeah? String back.
I may have briefly touched on this, but not good enough. There is a wrapper class called integer.
Oh yeah.
If you want to use this string wrap it into an integer, you have to start with the wrapper class called integer. Okay.
Okay.
That's your first thing. Now this integer, this bad boy has some magic in it that's going to help you convert this into the integer. And the way to do that is by, first thing you want to do is dot. And that dot gives you all the magic spells. One of the spells you have to memorize is called parse int. Okay? Parse int.
String.
And notice inside the bracket, what you pass into that method, the parameter for that method is a string. Any kind of string you put in that parameter will come out as an int, meaning that method will convert it. So if you take that and hit enter, there's that dot parse int. Very important interview will ask you, how do you convert a string into an int? You're gonna say integer dot parse int. You have to memorize, like, you know, that's your answer. You don't want to talk about a paragraph on this. You're not looking for a paragraph. A paragraph of talking about this, it just shows that you don't know the material and you're trying to wing it. Okay. There's a time for talking a lot. There's a time for talking little.
But you have to change that int to the string first. Am I right? String num1.
So see this right here, dot parse int, and there's that method input, and that input takes that particular string that you want to convert to. Because I want to convert this guy, I'm going to take that and pass it right here. With me so far?
Yeah, makes sense.
Remember, this is the tortilla maker's funnel right there. You pass something in this tortilla maker and then it comes out something as a total. This whole thing will become an int, meaning that is going to be gone and it's going to be 250 like that. Okay? You can't, you're probably asking, well, why can't I just put my cursor there and take this quotations off? Why can't I just go in there and take my quotations off? Well, you can't, because you're in the automation. You have to let Java do it, not you do it. Understand?
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is going to come magically from the website, which I'm going to show you how to get it in a couple of weeks. This, you don't know what's coming. This could be 100 today, 250 tomorrow. You have no control over. And when you're going to run the code, you're not going to be sitting there with your mouse and say, oh, whatever comes from the website, I'm just going to stop the execution and take this quotations off. You can't do that. You're not going to be doing that. You're the automation engineer. You're going to create the automation and you're going to sit back, drink coffee, and push buttons and let them do the work for you. Okay? So this is what's going to do the work for you. Integer.parseInt is going to sit there for you while you're sipping coffee. And whatever comes into this method, which I'm going to show you in a couple of weeks, how to get this 250 from a website, that's also going to be automatic. It will come right here, and this bad boy is going to take whatever comes right there. It's going to convert that into an integer and store it in this bucket called num1. All automatic. Okay? I could do the same thing for these guys. I could do the dot parse in for this 150, pass the 150 right here. Now he's happy because over here he converted that 150 string to a 150 int. Same thing for this guy. 150 string became 150 int and stored right here. Now these three are getting added and stored in a variable called total deposit. And if I print out the total deposit bucket, whatever got added over there is going to get printed out. Run, and I'm going to get 550. This was a 100, I think.
Yeah, it was.
And then that will give me 500. Any questions so far on this?
No.
That makes sense.
All right. Now, where I'm going to get this error of number format exception, and that is, you see, we talked about any string right here gets converted into an int, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
So if I write John, that's a string,
Mhm.
that get converted to an int.
So that won't work, right?
That's not.
No,
Why
no,
not?
because it's a string. It has to be string, yes.
Well, it is string. I put quotation right here, right?
But your
It's converted.
storage name, int, so you have to put it on the string.
Well, Java is looking at it and like, you wanted this string to be converted to an int, and I'll get 150. Yeah, makes sense. It's a number. I can do that. But
Mhm.
how am I gonna convert J to a number? Or
Yeah.
0 to a number? Or I mean 0 maybe, yeah. Oh, I got that, that's 0. But
Mm.
But what about H? What about N? And how are you going to do any mathematics on it anyway? Unfortunately, the editor is going to let you make this mistake. Notice that in here, I don't get any underlined red line.
Mhm.
But when I'm going to run it, it's going to panic. It's going to break. Nothing comes out of it. And it's telling me number format exception. And it's going to give me some hint in his own way for input string John. And where's the line number that I need to look at that's causing the failure?
11.
Number
11.
11. So if I go in number 11 and look at that piece of code, and it's telling me John, that should spark that, oh, this is the problem. In automation, why this is going to be a problem is most times, this 150 is not going to come alone. This 250 is not going to come alone. It's going to say total deposit or deposit today is 250, all right? And that you have to convert it to an int. Guess what? You cannot convert this part into an int. That means you have to extract this 250 out of this whole string set. If you remember, that was one of our classes that we did. Does any interesting method ring bell? How to extract, how to get something, how to replace something?
Get dot something, yeah?
Do you remember dot replace?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I cover dot split?
I don't think so.
I don't think you did.
Okay, we probably didn't do dot split. I need to cover dot split with you right now. But you remember dot replace, correct?
Yeah, dot replace, I remember, yeah.
Okay, so if we do dot replace, we can take this today and put tomorrow, replace that and stuff. We can do it by dot replace method. One thing that I did not cover is called dot split. More of that is going to come while we do the automation, but I do want to touch base on that today. So suppose this whole thing is, we're going to create a string called, anytime you see a complication, you store it somewhere first. So we're going to call this string user deposit equal to, suppose we got this out of the website. Obviously, I cannot pass this into an parse int. It's going to give me an error. Watch this. It's not going to give me an error here, but you saw it's going to give me a number format exception right here, right there. So let's handle this. Unfortunately, when you pick up this data from the website, it comes like that. It comes with his friends. These are his friends. You don't want his friends. Okay, you just want this guy. So what are you going to do? Well, there's a way to do it. First of all, We're going to come and fix this in a second. But let's focus on how we're going to fix this guy. This variable, user deposit, now has this whole thing in there. Deposit today is 250, but you don't want this word is, this word today, or this word deposit. You just want whatever is in here. You know that every time you pick up the data out of the website, it always comes with these three frames. Okay? But you don't want those. So in that particular case, you can take this deposit, user deposit, and you can split it up. You can split those friends up. Restarting this. That's where the method comes in, dot split, okay? So they all have real connotations. Here's a friend you don't want. There's a friend you don't want. There's a friend you don't want. You want to split them up. Okay? Split them out. If I ask you, first thing you have to answer is how and where do I split them up? Where did I split them up? What is that right there?
At the spaces?
Correct. It's a white space.
Yeah.
At the space, I am splitting them up. Understand that that is a character in Java.
Yeah.
That is a character that has nothing. Okay? It's a character with a double quote. And that's where I split them up. So what you're going to do here is you take this word or this memory location, because that is the same thing as all of that. And if you say dot and type the word split, you are going to get this method, and it's waiting for you, it's asking you, where do you want to split them up? Okay? And if I go in here and say, I want you to split them up at empty space. Notice I put double quote, and I'm just going to add a space bar right here. There's your empty space. This is the space where Java is going to look for, oh, I got one right there. Bam, I'm going to split you guys up. All right? Oh, I got one right here. I'm going to split you guys up. There's another one. Goner. Understand with me so far? Question. Any question?
No.
Okay. Just by doing that, you have already splitted this whole thing up in this memory. Now it has become just the way it is, like this it shows. What does that look like to you now? Who can tell me? This memory space looks like what? Capital A word.
An array?
An array. You have just splitted this sentence. This would have been just a one memory spot. Now you have created 4 memory spots. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the index of this first one?
0.
0. What is the index of the second one?
1,
1,
2, 3,
and 3. What is the size of this array?
4,
4. What is the maximum number of index you can use for this array?
3,
3. What is the smallest number of index you can use for this array?
0.
0. Very good. So all of this, what you have done so far is dot split, and you have splitted and created an array here. Now, you can put this call this whichever index at this point you want. What did we say we wanted here? What did we want from this data? What was more important to us? This deposit? This
The
word
250.
or this
The
word
250. The 3.
the 3. So what you do is just like you call any other array with this array bracket,
Hmm.
since this whole thing became an array, and you go in here, if you put the number 3, that is going to give you this 250. With me so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
And instead of you having this right here, deposit today is 250, you can delete that. Let me go ahead and just print it out to show you how it's going to look. And let me take this bad boy here, X that, put it here, delete that. All of these lines are going to throw me an error. Commented. There you go. Print it out. I got 250. System.out user deposit dot split, split those friends, split them by empty space. After you have splitted them, give me the third index, whoever is on that third index box, and print that out for me, which was 250, and this 250 got printed out. With me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't have to print it. I can take this, pass it here, and activate my code. And if I print it out now, this line is going to store all of these guys. This line, user deposit dot split by space, give me 3. It's going to give me the 250 as a string. That string is going to get converted as an int, stored inside num1. This 150 converted into strings, int stored in num2. 100 into int stored in num3. Add them together, becomes 500. That 500 is stored in total deposit. And I print out this total deposit, it's going to give me that 500. Run it. There's that 500. Any question?
No question.
Yeah, no question.
Right. Let's meet back up at 11 o'clock, and I'm going to show you how to control these failures and have your own messages in there. So far, what you got, you understood, you learned 5 exceptions: array index out of bound, string index out of bound, null pointer, arithmetic exception, and number format exception. And you've seen an example of it. We'll come back and show you how to handle these exceptions yourself. Hey, you all back?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm back.
Okay, awesome. So, right now, let's talk about how to handle these exceptions. Going back to the notes. Good news is you can control these when you know where it's happening. The way to do that is called try-catch statement. Interviewer will ask you, how do you handle exceptions? Your answer using try-catch statement. A couple of weeks later, your automation is going to fail with some exception, and I will ask you, how are we going to handle this? Your answer, simple, try-catch statement. And I'm going to show you how this works. It's kind of like what we did with if statement, for loop statement, switch statement. Here's the last thing I'm going to teach you is try-catch statement. And that's it. And then we're going to move on to automation. Now, the whole reason, two reasons why you want to use this. One is to bypass the error. Meaning Java is going to throw the error and you're like, don't throw the error there. Okay. Continue. Move on. Don't stop the operation where you're going to throw the error. And you can block it and move on. The other thing might be that you're okay with Java to throw the exception or fail your program. It's okay. Maybe you need it to fail because the website has a bug and Java will fail it for you, okay? And you want to discover where that bug is and go in and investigate. But you don't like the message. You don't want Java to display number format exception. You don't like it. You don't like it says arithmetic exception. What? What does that mean? To you, it means everything. But somebody who doesn't have any Java skills will be looking at that report to help you out, manually test that website feature to see what was that, why did it fail? And you want to add a custom message. So the second reason is you want to fail it at a certain point with a custom, meaning your designed message. Okay? These are the only two reasons why you want to use a try-catch statement. If they ask you, interviewer, explain it this way. If you want to memorize it, fine, or if you want to explain it in your own way, even better. Okay? How are we going to do that? It's written in a block. There's going to be certain block. The first one starts with try. The word lowercase try, and you have this curly braces. Okay? Inside this curly braces is where you want to have your block of code. Not just block of code. This is the code that's going to throw the error. Only that. If you want, you can have all the other ones, but really not needed. This is where you want to put the line of code that threw the error. Okay? So code that generated the exception goes right here. The catch statement, the other word is then immediately after the try comes the word catch. C-A-T-C-H. After you write catch, you have to, inside this parenthesis, put the argument, what are you trying to catch? Okay? If Java threw an exception for this line, And certain exceptions, you catch it right here. And these, what's going to go in here is the same thing that I just showed you, these 5 ones right here. It's one of these 5, either array index out of bound, string index out of bound, or whatever arithmetic that's going to go in here. So this is going to be exception type. This exception type is what you're going to type in right here. What are you trying to catch? If it's an arithmetic exception, you type in arithmetic exception. This whole thing, this word right here. Okay? And just like we have a type, you also, for example, always we have a type and then a variable. Watch. Variable name. A type and a variable name. Same way, you have to have a variable name right after these. And generally, nobody cares about this variable, so everybody just type in the letter lowercase e. With me so far?
Yes.
Yes.
Always you will see it's letter E. I don't know why. Nobody cares. Just because this exception is a capital E and this is a lowercase e. That's it. Now, what's going to happen is all of these nasty messages that we saw, it's going to get stored in this letter E for that particular type. And if you want to get it, you can print out that E and it's going to print it out to you. But what you're doing is you are taking that complicated message and throwing it into a memory location called E. Okay, you're going to store it there. That's it. You wrapped it up. It's not going to display anymore. And then now you put the second block of code right here. Okay. This is the code will only execute if generated an exception. If exception code executed if exception generated. Meaning, if I were to say, if this code that you have it here did not create any kind of failure, will this code get executed? Answer is no. Okay. If this line of code generated an error, only then Java will jump into this exception, this code block. Otherwise, this block of code will not even get executed. With me so far?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This code, this line of code will always get executed no matter what. If I take it out of the try block or if I don't take it out of the block, Java will come and try to execute this code for sure. If this generated an exception, then Java is going to catch that exception. If he caught an exception, then he's going to jump into it. Otherwise, he's not even going to execute this line. Okay? Now, there's another thing called finally. There's 3 blocks. One is called try block, catch block, finally block. This also starts with, there's no arguments, just code. If there was an argument, then I would put this parentheses. In try catch, the argument only goes to catch. What do you want to catch? The rest just code block. Code block. So here, this code will get executed no matter what. Okay? This is totally not needed because you can actually have code right after this. You can have code here, and that will act just like finally. Okay? So really not needed. I never use it, but interview will ask you, what does the finally block do? When they ask you a follow-up question, how would you handle an exception? Your answer, try-catch block, try-catch statement. Your next question, he's going to ask, what does the catch block do? They could ask you, what does the try block do? What's the difference between the try block and the catch block? And you have to explain with these words right here. And then they might ask you, what does the finally block do? And you're going to say, this block of code will get executed no matter what. Your answer is going to be like that. If they ask you, is finally block absolutely mandatory? Your answer is no. Don't have to have that and still be fine. It's optional. Okay. Is catch block mandatory? You're going to say yes. If you have this word try, you have to have the word catch. That's why it's called try-catch statement. Notice I did not say finally. Finally is optional. Okay? Good so far? My interviewer asked me, how many catch block can you have? And I did not know the answer to that. Actually, you can have as many. So I can have another catch block here, and it's going to catch different exception. This one could be null pointer exception. If null pointer exception was caught, then this will get generated. This code will get executed. This one could be another one. This could be array index or arithmetic exception. And this block of code will get generated. Now let's see how in real life we're going to do this. Any question before we move out of this window?
No, it makes sense so far. Just got to see it in real life.
All right, so let's see it. I have this new class created called trycatch.java, and I've pasted two same block of codes that we have done recently. This one generates a array index out of bound exception, and this one generates a null pointer exception. Let's run this and see how that goes. So first, what happened is right here, we got number 8. This is number 8 line, created array index out of bound right there. Haley, did these lines get executed at all? Tony?
No.
So where did Java stop?
8.
Line number 8 is where Java got disconnected and did not even move any further, correct? So that is what's causing me an issue. This line number 8 is causing me an issue. I can put a array, I can put a exception handling right here on line number 8. If I want to put all of these inside, that's fine. But ideally, you just want to handle this bad boy because that's what's throwing an error. And what's the point? The point is, let's say you don't want this to fail, okay? And you want Java to move on to this line and execute these lines. But this failure, you want to stop that failure. That I want Java not to fail here. Even if Java fails, I want it to bypass that failure. Now, two things. One, you know why it failed. It failed array
Yeah.
because of array index out of bound exception. And the
Mm.
other thing is line number 8. So now, with that knowledge, we're going to handle this. First thing, we're going to write the word try right on top of it. Okay? You
Mhm.
open up this curly brace, and there is the code, and you put the closing curly brace right after it. I don't like to put it here. It looks nice if I put it right here.
Okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I got this code block starting from here to here, and I can have as many lines as I want to here, but it's always best to put the line that creates the error. Only this line is creating the error. So now the try block is waiting for me to type the word catch.
Catch. Mm-hmm.
What are we gonna catch? In here is with the open close parenthesis, you're gonna put
Parenthesis.
argument or parameter. What are we trying to catch? Exactly what's in here, what got the exception thrown. You can just copy this right here. Array index out of bound. Control C to copy and paste it right here. That's what I want to catch. Okay? Once you do that, you put the letter E.
E.
What you're doing is all these nasty messages are now getting stored in a variable called E. And by the way, this is the data type. It's a wrapper class, just like string. You are storing all this text inside and creating of the type array index out of bound inside a variable name called E.
E.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now comes the next block of code. Like, well,
Finally.
well, finally comes later, but I need to put an open parenthesis, open curly brace here
Mm-hmm.
and close right
Close.
here, and I need some kind of code right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the code will only get executed if this line fails. Sometimes this line will fail, sometimes not. We know this line fails right now. So
Yes.
let's say if this line fails, I want you to
System data print my numbers.
say, instead of all this messy stuff, just say
Mhm.
index is bad. Or how about bad
Index.
index? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to try to wrap this up into two. This is the word called debugger. So let me try to do two things that would kill two birds in one stone. Debugger comes from the word bug or debug.
Debug. Yeah. Debug.
Bug. Okay? Two words together. Same thing, meaning unravel the bug or investigate the bug and fix it. Basically, the whole concept about debugger is you investigate the bug and you try to find a way to fix it. All right. Now, every software like this, like Eclipse, has something called a debugger. And for you to access that for Eclipse, what you have to do is instead of running like that, you're going to see there is a bug icon. Do you see that? Did it zoom in on your screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
So we've been using this play button here, and that just runs it. But this button here, this will also run it, but it will let you stop and go through every step more detailed than this one. This is gonna just continue and non-stop. So we're going to use this button here, which is a debug, and see how that goes. Now, a couple of words you need to know when debugging. One is called breakpoint. Breakpoint is where you want the execution to stop, to wait. Okay, not stop, to wait. Well, it's going to stop and wait for you. The other couple of words you need to understand, learn is step over. Step over is when you want to execute the current line, current statement, and move on to the next statement. That's step over. The other thing you need is step into. Okay? Step into is go deep into the method for that statement. I'll show you how. And last one, step return. Move back to the previous statement. Okay? Any question before I show you how this works?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
With these words, now let's go play around. I want to put a breakpoint, meaning I want Java to stop right here. I don't care about this line. I know this is not a problem. I know problem is right here. So I want Java to stop at right here. That means put a breakpoint on line number 9. That's how they're going to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
If I double click on line number 9, it doesn't even let me notice it put a dot, or this is the breakpoint. It put the breakpoint on line number 10 because there is nothing to execute here. Automatically Java will go into here, either you have a try statement or not. This line will get executed. Therefore, he purposely put a breakpoint here, even though I put a double clicking on line number 9 doesn't give me the breakpoint on line number 9. Okay. Now, with that breakpoint, Java is going to stop here. So if I now click on debugger, it's going to give me a totally different window. Notice it changed, my window got changed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
On the right side, you got a little more information here. And some of this information may not look nice. You want to expand these a bit so you can see better. Let me see if I can. This is kind of tiny. If I click here and go plus, minus, some of these letters are being cut. There is a way to fix this. I don't want to go there right now. But you can still see what's going on.
Yeah, we can read it. Mm-hmm.
You can read it? Okay, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to see some variable name?
My numbers.
Two.
No method return value.
Okay, ignore the first two. This one,
okay.
Right here.
My number.
First one is
so.
no method return value. That means this method right here does not return anything. And it is void. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The first variable it notices is this called argument.
Okay, so.
And what it's noticing is that there is probably 19 lines in here. Or something. Okay, so but don't worry about those. Take a look at this one. Mm-hmm. My numbers.
My numbers.
Okay, so we got this my number stored right here, and it provided an ID of 20, which you don't have to worry about. This is Java knows what it is. Okay, now notice that this line got turned green. That means Java is waiting for me here right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I can do three things. Also, what you can do is in that debug window, now you're going to see a couple of buttons that popped up. One is called
Step over.
Step Over, and then
Step
Step Into.
into.
And I can't find Step Return for some reason. But anyway, if you go down here with these 4 dots, if you hover over, it becomes like a different kind of pointer. And when you get that pointer, you can click and hold and separate this menu from there and bring it down somewhere there. It's going to be easy for you to work with. It doesn't have a step return because we have not even executed one step with this debugger. That's why it didn't give me that. But we'll see it in just a minute. Let me get out of this window to bring that over here. It's kind of difficult to pull it. But you hover over until you see that red X mark is gone, or red backward slash. See, if I do this, backward slash goes away. What about here? Nothing. Here, nothing. Here, oh yeah. See? So for me right now, this is better than all this extra stuff right there. So I'm just going to leave it here. I'm sorry that these buttons look so small for you to see it. I'm just going to have to work with that. Apologize for that. So now we got this statement here. It's waiting right here, and these are the variables. If I step over, let's see what happens. Step over. So it's going to execute this line, right? And it moved to right here. Okay. If I say step over, it's going to execute this. If it's found an issue with this line of code, then he's going to go deep into this. Okay. So let's see what happens if I say step over. Notice this line got turned green. That means a problem was caught, and now he's ready to execute this line. Okay?
Step into.
All right. So if I do step over again, then this line will get executed. So let's see. Step over, and that line got executed. It got printed out. It printed out that statement. I just lost it, but I can do a back step return. Come on, where is step return?
Yeah, you got it. Step return.
Yeah, it's not activated for some reason, but that's okay. Let me just do a step over again. It came back down here. And if I do another step over, notice this variable, this was just registered in the memory, my name, and a null value was stored in there. If I do a step over, it's gonna go in here and fail. And now we got this exception. Bad index was printed from here. Oops. And then that exception of null pointer got printed out from here. Okay, let's see another scenario. Pull this console down here. So suppose if I change this index to a 2, which is valid, and I debug it now, let's see what happens. So click on the debug. It stopped at the breakpoint. It's showing me the variables here. Nothing so far. Another thing you can press is called resume, meaning carry on. And what just happened is it did not even stop here. Did you see? It jumped all the way down here. That means this block of code never got executed. Didn't need to, because this line of code never generated that error. And if I run it now, it's going to throw me an exception. This line of code printed this 36. That 36 got printed out. Resume. This line of code, line number 17, gave me an exception.
Mm-hmm.
With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see how the finally works. I can say system.out. This is finally block. If I run this now, debug it, I'm right here. Step over, goes here. But immediately you're going to notice that this is not even going to get highlighted because this data is good. Therefore, this line is not needed, did not catch an exception. It jumped to this finally block.
Mm-hmm.
If I step over, this is going to get printed out right here in the console. Step over, the finally block got executed. Okay. Now he's on line number 19. This is going to have a null pointer exception in line this. So step over, goes down here. So far so good. We got null data inside this my name variable. Step over again, and we got
exception.
this exception down here. Okay. What if I didn't have this finally block?
Then Java will go to this next one. Not.
That means still Java is going to step on this and then execute. So finally block really doesn't do anything much. Okay. I will show you an interesting way of handling the finally or how the finally block might be a bit different. Notice if I run this right now, debug, it will still be exactly the same. It went down here, executed that, no exception recorded, step over. It's going to skip this whole thing, step over, jump to line 15 anyway. Even if I put it in the finally block, it will do that. Run it, it executed, this is finally block, that got printed out. Now Java is on this line right here. He already executed that. Don't know why he didn't stop there. IntelliJ would have stopped. Sometimes it's stopping, sometimes not. That's for free versions of application. And now he's here. This is going to create a exception. So if I do step over, and we got this exception created. So the finally block didn't really do anything for us in here. Any questions about those three blocks so far?
So you don't have to put finally?
You don't have to put finally.
But you have to put try and catch?
You must
Yeah.
try and catch to handle.
Okay.
Okay.
But with,
Go ahead.
like you were saying with the catch, you can catch all different kinds of error. You can put as many catches as you want, right?
Correct. So that's our next step, is to wrap this and also handle this bad boy. Okay.
Okay.
So we're
Can
gonna,
you go over one more time how to put a breakpoint? I think I missed that part.
yes. So what you do is you go on line number, and if you double click, it's gonna put a little dot right here.
Okay. All right. That's it. Okay, got it.
And then if you double click it,
Yeah,
it takes that dot off.
Got it. Sounds good.
And
Yeah.
that's your breakpoint. Now, if I want to handle, let's say I don't want this message either. If it fails, I want it to say something else. Then I have to have another catch statement. Okay. Now you can have a totally separate try catch right here for this line, because this is the line that's causing the issue. Or you can put all this code in this one try block and have separate catch blocks. Okay, so let me do a totally new one here first, and we'll wrap this into two. So I can have a try block here and wrap this code with this bracket. Write the word catch, TCH, open close parentheses, open close curly brace. Inside here, I'm going to copy this exception called null pointer exception. Put it here. Have the letter E. Okay? And it's throwing some sort of error, no exception of type null pointer exception. Did I spell it wrong?
You just did copy paste.
Yeah, I did copy paste.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be.
Okay. Oops. It's probably panicking that I used E already.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe just try a different variable, maybe.
D? No, still
No,
not
it's
happy.
still there.
What if I
Null.
done code here? Still not happy. And if that happens, what you do is the mother of all exception is just this word exception. In that case, just delete the rest.
Oh,
Oh, it works.
Now, what you just did is if you use the word exception,
it's any
Nope.
exception.
no matter what exception it throws, it's going to catch all.
Oh, okay.
So you have to put D instead of E?
Actually, I think because it's a local variable here that doesn't talk to the variable here, E over here will still be okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what's a good thing about the word exception instead of array index out of bound or null pointer exception? What's the benefit?
It will catch anything
Correct. And
instead of the just specific one.
yes, and that's an interview question. What's the difference between array index out of bound exception versus just the word exception? It will catch everything. What's the bad thing about it?
Hello. You can't distinguish one from a different one. So if you're aiming for a particular error, you can't, because it's going to catch every error possible.
Exactly. Sometimes you want to handle certain errors differently. Okay.
Okay.
Because if it's an array index out of bound, you know it caught it for that. You want to say bad index. Okay.
Bad.
If it's a null pointer, then you want to say no data.
But no.
No data found. But if you put exception, it catches all exception, and you don't know which one it caught it for, and therefore your report or whatever you try to print it out may not be very accurate.
Oh, I see.
So there's a good and a bad. What do I use? I always use exception, by the way.
So what do you write in the
Because
system
sometimes,
data?
because sometimes I don't know why. And what reason why this line might fail. Sometimes it fails for some reason. And in some cases, it's kind of like cheating, okay? I don't have time when I'm automating. And I'm like, forget it. I'm just going to use exception. And I don't care why you fail, but I just want you to catch it and report that it failed right here. Okay? Interviewer, you don't want to say that to the interviewer because that's cheating. Okay? You always want to be the best. So if they ask you, which exception type do you generally use? You don't want to say, I use the word exception. You want to say, I look for the specific exception for which the code failed. I don't like to use the word exception to catch all types of exception because then I don't know how to report better. if you just say that, you automatically got some brownie points. I mean, unbelievable intelligence you're showing that you are so high level and analyzing which code and how and what has positive effect, negative effect, and you are so disciplined that you are a diligent worker. I mean, with just one sentence, you have turned the whole picture of who you are to the interviewer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, sometimes like this one, null pointer is not being recognized. I got to use a bypass. I'm gonna take the word exception and catch it. All right. So let's do this. This is gonna fail. I'm gonna make it 10. There is no such index as 10. Let me clean up this mess a little bit. So I got this try catch block, and I'll leave the extra spaces for your visual satisfaction. And I'm going to put a breakpoint on line number 10, debug, and let's see what happens. So stopped right here, step over. This is gonna create an exception, so he's gonna catch it, go into this line, otherwise won't. Let's see, he went into this line. If I now do step over, this will get printed out. Step over, that got printed out. Bad index. Now he's waiting for this line. If I do step over, he's going to print, this is finally blocked. There you go. This is finally blocked. He's waiting for the next line. If I hit step over, he's going to store null data, no data, into this my name. Notice this my name is still not inside the memory of the computer. But as soon as I hit step over, now it's inside the computer. Data, the value that's in my number is nothing. He is waiting for this line now. He's going to try this line of code. This line of code is looking for letter number 2, has nothing in it. It's going to throw an exception. This line will catch it. So if I step over, he went to this line. Because this created an exception and he caught it, if I step over, he's going to jump into this inner code.
No data.
He's going to go in here. He did come in here. And now if I execute step over to execute this line, that no data will get printed out in down here. So here we go. Step over, no data got printed out. Notice that I don't have any messy data at all or report.
Yes.
First one says bad index. Second one says this is finally blocked. And the third one says no data. Notice the automation, the program did not fail at all. It continued all the way to the end, and if it failed for any reason, you caught it and you threw your own little message. Okay. Any question?
No question.
Okay, now, you do understand that if you use try catch block, you just stopped Java from failing. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
But what if, yes, and you also added your own beautiful little message, bad index, no data. But what if you needed it to fail where it said bad index? How are you going to do that? You want it to fail, but not the Java message. You want your own message, but you want it to fail. And there's a way to do that.
Why you need to fail?
Huh?
Why you need to be failed those things?
Because
You have to fix it.
here's why.
What?
Suppose this data is needed for you to do testing for this right here. If you get a bad data here, you want to fail right there and let your manual tester know that there was a bad something instead of moving any farther. You
The
know,
wrong number.
yeah, you know, if this data comes out wrong, eventually
Mhm.
your program is going to fail down here anyway. But if your program fails down here, no data, your manual tester might look at this no data and not find why it failed, and it might be this is where it failed, that it should have failed. Okay.
Yeah.
How do I explain this in a real life? If here's a real situation. What happens if we lie to somebody once? What happens? The consequences of that lying later down the road.
You broke their trust.
You
Yeah.
broke their trust, but then you have to cover up that lie with what? With
Another one.
with another one. Okay?
Really?
Yeah. You
Oh,
now
I thought you were gonna confess like I lied or
well,
something.
one lie doesn't stop there. One lie creates more lies to cover up that lie down the road to be consistent. Yes?
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Sometimes it happens.
So if you got like you lied, let's say 10 times, I should not be looking at your 10th lie to analyze what went wrong. I should be looking at when did she lie first time? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I should be looking at that because that is the problem. Because of that first lie, now she is lying additional times to cover up that first lie. So the key to solving the problem is going back to the first lie. Understand?
Yes.
If you can solve that problem, if you can clear that with that person on that first lie, and then you're okay with that person on the truth, then subsequent lies that she told you, now she will be opening up to you and be okay with those. The rest of the lies will clear itself out. With that concept in mind, if this was the first time it failed because of a bad something, you don't want it to continue. You don't want that relationship to continue. You want it to stop right there and fix right there. You got nothing to fix down here. That's not going to help you anything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's too far
Yeah.
out. You got your first break of trust. Stop. Look at it. Fix it then and there before this escalates into more and more lies, which is going to just waste your time in solving the problem you won't be able to solve. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
With that philosophy, even though I got a way to catch all of these exceptions, I still wanted to fail when you catch the exception. Okay? I wanted to fail right here, on right after this line. The way to do that is very simple. What type of exception is this? Compilation? What type of error is this? Compilation error or runtime error that we're trying to catch?
It's an out of bounds error, isn't it?
It is, but in a general sense, there are two types of error, right? One is a compilation error, and
Yeah.
then we have
Runtime.
compilation error.
Yep.
Then we have a runtime error.
Runtime.
Yeah, it's a runtime.
It's a runtime error because it doesn't show you any underlying red marks for you to fix here.
Yeah.
So because we're trying to handle runtime error, there's a class called runtime exception.
Okay.
This class will help you fail it yourself. How are you going to do that? You have to use the keyword called throw, Throw.
Throw.
Yes. You are calling Java to throw an exception of your choice. You are doing it. Okay? So you're going to write throw and the word new. Okay? You have to memorize this. So the throw, and you have to use the word new. And over here, you write the word runtime except. Okay? If you write this word runtime exception and put an open close parentheses and semicolon to close, that's going to break the execution on that line and it's going to fail it. With me so far?
So you have to put it after try catch, then throw new
Correct. The logic
all
is
the time.
not all the time. If you want to, if you need to. I am noticing that I don't want this. I want it to say bad index, but I don't want it. I don't want Java to go any farther because you already found a bad index. Then stop right here, but don't give me that messy report. I want you to give me this bad index report, say bad index. And then in this line, I want you to stop, finish. With me so far?
Yeah.
Now let's see if it
So
works.
that throw new has to be within your catch, right? Because that's not outside of the catch.
If you
Inside the curly brace.
you can go outside of the catch as well and do it here. That would also be the same thing.
Okay.
Because
Got it. Just making sure that's not a necessary or something.
no, not necessary.
Got it.
It is giving some sort of error here. Quick fix, remove what? Unreachable code. Notice it's throwing some issue compilation error here because it's saying that even though this is a runtime mistake,
Mm-hmm.
never mind. This has to be inside a block.
Yeah, because I think that's what's throwing it off.
Yeah. So this is not going to work. By default, I think it has to be inside a block of code. Okay.
Yeah, because you're trying to fix that block in
Yes.
a bad index.
Yes. So you cannot just have it as a line of code. You have to do it with a condition. You can put it inside an if statement. You can put it inside a for loop, but you cannot just have it hanging out somewhere. Make sense?
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Now, if I run this, let's see what happens. So debug again. Continue. Step over. Caught it. Bad index got printed out. With me so far?
Uh-huh.
Kick off this throw runtime exception with a step over. Fail.
Yeah.
And it failed with this runtime exception, and this generated that messy stuff. With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. What if I didn't want this messy stuff either? Well, in that case, you can put the message right here.
And that can be anything.
That could be anything. Guess what? You don't even need this line here. You could have this bad index message right here.
Right there. Okay.
If you know you're going to fail it, whatever message you're going to pass inside this parenthesis for that runtime exception with the throw new word, it's going to get printed out. This messy stuff is not going to get printed out at all. Run it. Here we go. Continue. Let me take that back. It actually throws, it says inside this messy stuff anyway.
Got it.
It's a
Yeah,
mess.
I was thinking that why would the throw new even matter then? Because it's still going to be printed out bad index regardless.
Yeah, it does print it out with that exception messy stuff, but it's still
Exception.
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Sounds good.
One way we beautify things is, my boss always says that if you catch the exception this doesn't say what type of exception it is. So that's not a good thing. You want to have your own message in a nice way. So we always have, let's say, bad index. Print it out. Okay.
Good morning.
And you can have a line break here.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Good morning.
How that's going to change. Do you see that?
Yes,
Yes.
You separated out. This is for your manual tester to see, and this, if the technical person needs to see this, then that's fine. You got it both worlds, but there's a problem, and the problem is this guy runtime exception doesn't really say that it actually got array index out of bound. You need to know this. If you don't know array index out of bound, sometimes you're like, I don't know what to fix. You as a technical person, you don't know what to fix. But manual tester stops here and he's like, oh, okay, you're not going to say bad index for manual tester. You're going to say bad, something like
Wrong index.
could not, the data did not match. I'm just making it up. Data did not match. You want to make it easy for the manual tester. And so they will only read that and be like, oh, data did not match. Okay. And go from there. For you, you want to find out why. In that case, what you want to do is all of that message right here is stored in this letter E. So if you go in and print that E out after this decoration, just print out the letter E. It's going to print out this array index out of bound messy message that we try to mask down here. So you get best of both worlds. Look at this. Array index out of bound.
Index 10 out of bound.
Index 10 is out of bound for length 3. It has nothing to do with the manual tester. But you, yeah.
Whenever in the Redis exception is in thread main Java Lang runtime exception, who is that for? Because it's not for the technical guys, because we want to know it's an array index out of bounds exception, so we know what to fix. And the top is data did not match us for the manual tester.
Yeah.
So the runtime exception, who are we? Why are we throwing the new runtime exception? Who is that for? Like, who are we trying to show that to?
No, nobody actually. This part right here it's not doing anything. You actually don't even need this bad index here at all.
Okay, I just didn't know, because you were saying that because manual tester got to know something, we got to know something, other people that are equivalent need to know the same thing that we're seeing, so we got to see array index out of bounds, so we all know what to fix, given it's not us. I was just wondering what the runtime exception, like, who is that going to, so we communicate with that person, like, this is a runtime.
I have not found any reason to have a text message right here.
Okay, all right, I was just wondering.
Because there's only two types of people. One is you as an engineer who wants to look at this message, and everybody else, even the executive team, if one day you had to report why this feature failed, you want to print out your automation and he will understand this.
Yeah, because they don't know the engineering part, so simple stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're gonna read the lines only.
Correct. So I'm just showing you all of these options that are there, but it is up to you now how you want to organize these reports for your manual tester, for your company, whichever the best is that you think.
Okay, I understand.
So, and these are the tools for you to do it. Now, I mean, if you want to add a message here, then fine. Well, this is going to be extra line of code for you. So sometimes what I do is I want to be a little lazy, and I just take that out of there. One line, I go in here and then say data did not match and run it. And the manual tester guy I have, I tell him, don't look here. Okay? Just look at that.
Okay.
With me on that?
Yeah.
He doesn't know that I can make this more readable. He doesn't know that.
Yeah.
He just thinks that this is the only way possible. But I know that with a few more lines, I can make it more readable, but I am lazy. I don't want to put 3 more lines.
Okay.
Okay? This is your cheat, quick way to get out. Fail, and you got your message. But in the interview, if you want to boast about it, if you have the guts to talk about it, do it. Not needed, but if you do it, you got the job. Okay? They're gonna think you're amazing. Okay. Is it possible for me not to have 2 different try blocks and just do it in one? Yes. The answer is yes. How are we going to do this? Let's clean this up. So I'm going to take this code out. I'm going to block it. And I want to have this try right here. Another, catch.
You don't want to try.
Yeah, another catch. But if I have a catch, I have to have, what am I catching?
Which error?
We're catching this exception. We noticed that null pointer exception doesn't work, so we are catching all kinds of exceptions. Okay?
So I have a question. So you put one catch after the other catch. The second catch is an exception. That's going to catch any exception, period. But the first one, you're identifying a particular exception. So is it going to go logically follow, just going to first go through the first catch and then to the second catch?
You actually have to put all of these statements into that catch. That means this line of code has to go inside this catch block here.
Okay. But it's not going to throw it off because it's what I'm trying to say is like exception is every exception as opposed to one particular exception. So an array index out of bounds exception is going to be an exception no matter what. So what I'm saying is like when you have the second catch after that first catch, is it going to create some sort of error because the second catch will now encompass every error, including the first error?
Yeah, I see your question. Let me debug it and show you. So what I'm going to do is notice this my name is not recognized because the creation of my name is here. Creation should be first. Okay? God created the light first. So that has to be created before Adam and Eve. So,
Yeah, I thought that.
So light has to be created before Adam and Eve can come out of it. Now he's happy. Okay? So we got this creation part down here. We got these 2 things. This bad boy throws an array index out of bound. And this bad boy throws a null pointer exception. Right?
Yes.
Here's what happens. Tony was like, is this going to overlap with this exception here? Okay? So let's see what happens. We're going to put we're not going to break it here. We're just going to say system out. Okay? And then we're going to do another system out. And we're going to say null pointer here. This will say, null pointer or no data. And this is going to say bad data, bad index. So let's see what happens. The system. All right, and we don't need this. We don't need that either. So we got these two, and see how it happens. We got a breakpoint right here. Debug. Do not show this. We got the my number, my name, my number, my name got stored. Execution stopped here. This is going to generate some sort of exception. So let's see, let's run it. Step over. Guess what? It executed this and it skipped this. Why? Because with
Why
this
did it skip
line,
it?
because with this line, he caught an exception.
Yeah.
Understand?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now he's gonna go through every one of them and see which one. He's
Yes.
gonna check all the catch block. He's gonna check this catch block. Did he catch an array index out of bound? It's the data is right here.
Mm-hmm.
He did catch an array index out of bounds. So if I execute this line, he's going to jump in the inner part of the code. Step over, he jumped. Because he did catch that array index out of bound first. Notice that variable name E has all the data for array index. Now if I step over, he is going to print this bad index out.
Yeah.
Got it so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's not it. He should come back up here. I don't know if this is going to do it.
Who's gonna go backward?
So you're saying it should go back and then run through the second bit as well?
It's supposed to go back up here and execute this code.
Okay.
What you said, Java never goes backward.
Only for certain things, loop, you can take the loop, execute backward. Try catch block would be executing backward. But
Okay.
on this,
Okay.
only this got printed out. This was supposed to get printed out as well. So let me run it again.
That index.
Unfortunately, it's not working, and I have to see why. Null pointer access. The variable my name can only be null at this location. I don't know why it's not doing that.
Maybe you should put just node error instead of a null pointer.
Let me take this string out of bound exception and see if that works. So in here, I'm going to store this string, my name John. Let's mess it up a little bit. My name 1, my name 1. And take this line of code that's supposed to give me an error. Bring it over here. Eliminate this one. And this is supposed to give me string out of bounds exception. String out of bound exception cannot be resolved to a type. I'm thinking my spelling is wrong. Therefore, I'm copying this. Try catch and pasting it here. My spelling was wrong. It's fine now. And looks fine to me. Let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. It did not go farther. Okay. So I was not able to wrap this into 2 catches. And is there a way to do it? Yes. I need to research a little bit farther to see how. This was my interview question. Ask me how many catch block I can have, and I did not know the answer.
As
You can
many.
actually have as many as you want to.
Mhm.
Okay. It might just be that whichever catches first, it stops there. It doesn't execute the next line. I'm sure it's going to execute this line. Outside of try catch block. If I run this, it's going farther, but inside that try block looks like only if one of them create an issue, it does not move on to the other one. Okay. Sorry, guys. I still need to research on this more. You are almost hitting the point of my knowledge ceiling, and pretty soon you're going to be at the same level as I am. Any questions so far?
Not so far. I think it'll make more sense once I start practicing more.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an example here that I want to mimic right now. This is the same thing as a homework. The following code generates an arithmetic exception if a 0 is entered for denominator. Handle the exception while trying to get user input 5 max times. Let me copy this and show you what this is all about. Close out all these. Close the debug window. Going into this. Today's class is exception handling. Open this up. Create a package. I'm going to call this class example. Inside class example, we're going to create a class called example1. Inside this, notice public static void main is already there, so I don't need the public static void main. Copying that. For your homework, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to copy this code right here. This is exact same thing with some things different. So I'm going to copy this code. Scanner throwing me an error. Import scanner. Okay. You have to clean up all your error first. No more compilation error notice. Next thing, run it. See how this works. Here, enter a numerator. This is getting printed out. He is waiting for you to enter a numerator. Let's say I put 25. Numerator is the top number. When you're dividing something, you are dividing two numbers. The numerator 25, if I enter, is the top number. And then that's the bottom number. Excuse me 1 second. Sugar, please. Okay, so far so good. Next thing, if I hit enter, it's asking me to enter a denominator. And if I scanner.nextInt, waiting for me to enter a denominator, I hit 5. denominator 5 gets stored here. Denominator is the bottom number. And that's going to be 5. Okay. Numerator 25, denominator 5, 25 divided by 5. Haley, what am I going to get the answer?
5.
5, correct. And that 5 is going to get stored in the variable called division. Okay. And with this word right here, it's going to print out the result of dividing those numbers. It's going to be that division number that's stored in that bucket is 5. 5 is going to get printed out. So if I hit enter right now, there you go. The result gives me 5. With me so far? What happens is if I put denominator 0, it gives me an error. So if I run it again, 25 is my numerator and denominator is 0. Here I got an exception and program fails with arithmetic exception. Okay. Question is asking you that instead of failing like this, why don't you just tell the user that you cannot put a 0 and then ask the user again to input a denominator that is not 0. At least ask 5 more times. With me so far?
Yeah.
If 5 more times the user still messes up and keeps on giving 0, you stop and say, sorry, dude, this is not for you. Okay? Can you tell me, like, what's the pseudocode here? What kind of Java logic do I need to use in combination to get this task done in a general sense?
You got to make a loop, right?
I have to make a loop. Very good. What else?
For loop.
Yeah, a for loop will work. What else? Today's class, what did I do? How do we?
Oh yeah, you gotta create all that exception stuff that we were doing today. So you gotta,
handle.
Try catch.
The
try catch. Yeah.
Yes.
Try catch.
You have to say we have to handle the exception, and then the follow-up question is gonna be how are you gonna handle the exception? You're gonna say we're gonna use the try
catch
statement.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. This is how your answer should be with the interviewer.
Try catch statement.
We're gonna have to use the try catch statement. We're gonna use for loop to keep asking 5 more times.
5 times.
And we're gonna use the try catch statement to handle this exception.
Okay.
Okay. So now,
Sorry. Complicated.
with those two in mind, let's proceed. It doesn't matter what you want to do first. Do you want to handle the exception first or loop first? Your choice. I just think if you handle the exception first, that might be a simpler thing to do. Okay? You can tell me which line of code I need to handle with try catch.
The denominator. Line 13.
12. Is it 13
Or is it 12 or 13?
12?
So
13.
we were
13?
this line is gonna help us figure that out, right? Line number 19. But it
19. I didn't see anything.
it didn't help us any. Hang on a second.
Okay.
So sometimes that line will help you, sometimes not. You have to be smart. You know that divided by 0, this is hinting you down here. Okay?
Oh.
Because you're dividing and there's that dividing symbol, you know arithmetic exception has mathematical something to it between two numbers. The problem is not when the user is entering 0. No problem there. The problem is when you're trying to take that numerator and divide it by that 0. This is where the problem is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes more sense.
If you don't know that and still need to figure out what are you going to use, what tool are you going to use?
The debugger.
The debugger. The debugger,
Yeah.
you're like, oh,
Try catch.
I think the problem happened here. Then you put that debugger breakpoint there and you debug and see when it fails. So here we go. Enter a numerator. This is this statement. Debugger did not even start. We didn't even get to the breakpoint yet. Enter a. So I put 25. Hit enter. There you go. There's the breakpoint. He is now right here. If I do step over, he's going to ask me, enter a denominator, waiting for me now, waiting on this line. If I enter denominator 0, if this line was the problem, if I do step over, I would get the exception immediately. Make sense?
Yes.
So let me do a step over. Notice I don't get exception immediately.
Okay.
I didn't hit enter. There you go. I hit enter. I did not get exception here. Execute
The next one.
right here. So the code is still good. All of this code is good. Now the culminating line right here. If I hit step over, it's gonna throw an exception if I execute this line. So here we go. Step over. One more time. There you go. And there is an exception. He did not even go to this line of code. So we know that this is where the issue is. We gotta put this in a try catch block, this bad boy. With me so far? Now let's do that.
Yes.
One step at a time. You solve one issue at a time. Let's put this in a try. So type in try before it, open parenthesis, curly brace, close curly brace right here. Give yourself some space. You catch, PCH. You catch, in the interview, you catch whatever the exception they gave you. In real life, you're lazy. You would just use the word exception. Okay? So
E.
arithmetic exception, E.
E.
Good so far?
Yes.
Over here, you want to throw out a message
Data.
of your own.
System data.
Okay. And we're going to say 0 is not accepted. Understand?
Yes.
It's not going to fail it. It still might fail it. Okay, it's going to, right here, it might fail. See, he's already giving you an issue here. Because with that 0 still getting divided, but if I take that off, he will go to that line. Okay? But it's not going to fail. Watch. 25, 0. Now it's going to print out this message. 0 is not accepted, which is this line. And this line got printed out. The result of dividing those numbers, I didn't print anything. Okay. Are we done with handling the exception part at least?
Yes.
Okay. Did we not say that if the user puts a 0 and this exception is caught, then I want you to ask again?
5 times, I think.
With me so far? That we have to ask again. If this line of code gets executed, we wanted to ask again 5 times. Which line of code is asking for the denominator here?
$16.
No. Try again.
Oh.
Which line of code is asking or taking the denominator here?
21.
No. Again,
Oh, Jesus.
which line of
18.
code is asking the user for a denominator? Come on.
18. Oh, Jesus. Is that 12?
Yeah. Which
I tried
line
every one of those.
is asking the user for a denominator?
Yeah, but you are card sorting the other line. So that's what I was thinking, maybe 16 to 21.
Well, I'm not going to show you right immediately. And then I'm going to take you there if you don't know the answer.
Because it was up, we couldn't see it.
Okay. Sorry. So this is the line of code that I want Java to jump to.
Yeah, okay.
If he gives me 0, I want to print out this 0 is not accepted. And I want Java to jump from this line to this line again.
Okay.
If you don't know this, if you are confused with not even figuring out where I need to repeat, then you should not even start your for loop. You can't even go that far. Your first step is, what am I going to repeat? If the user gives me 0 and it caught an exception, I need to repeat where? I need to repeat right here. Enter a denominator again. If he gives me 0 again, I need to go back up again and ask the same question. Once you have determined that where you want Java to keep looping back and forth is where you have to put your for statement. Understand?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it always up.
Any question?
No.
So this is the block of code that has
That is-
to go inside the for loop. Okay? Now, that knowledge, I am going to put a for loop block starting from up here, finishing up here, finishing down here. Okay? So let me delete that, go in here. Your choice, what kind of for loop you want to use. Simplest one is that regular for with open
0.
close and open close. With me so far?
Yes.
But where am I
Curly
going to stop this last parentheses, last curly brace?
It should be after the
22.
right there. Yeah, after that one. After 21.
It should be on the line
Yes,
number
22.
22. That's where the code starts. And that's where the code ends. Okay? So I'm going to go back in here. I am going to delete this last bracket there. And I'm going to put the last bracket
22.
way down
really?
here. Control V. Oops.
Oops.
Not curly brace right here.
Yeah.
Now if I do Control Shift F, it's not gonna align things for me yet until I fix this issue. So it's waiting for me to say, okay, how are you gonna control this looping going back and forth? First thing, you know that your first thing is what?
Method. To put something.
There is 3 things in here with the colon.
Yeah. I think
So you're gonna put
this,
your
always remember
int
first
something.
part, the first part and the last part never changes.
yeah.
Close your
0.
eyes and memorize and put that no brain needed. Only the center part is where you need your brain. So first part is what? Int I.
It's
Int
gonna be
You can
I and int 0, 0. Oh yeah.
and then semicolon, not colon. This last part is no brain needed. What do we do?
I00.
I
Oh, I plus,
plus
sorry.
plus.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay? So if you are not remembering this, memorize it, please. No brain needed. Now, center part is, this is where a little bit of brain needed. This is where you're going to say how many times are we going to look.
5 times.
We said 5. So if you can just, that's also piece of cake, because first part, you have to put less than.
Yep.
You got to memorize this part, okay? No brain needed. And the only brain needed was how many times, which is also piece of cake. The question said, what? 5.
Length dot something, yeah?
Sometimes you have to do dot length. But in this question, directly told you hard-coded how many times.
5.
Then you
5
put the
times.
number 5 and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Simple?
Yep.
Now if you do Control-Shift-F, it's going to align it for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is your block of code that's going to get executed inside that. 5 more times. Okay? Now there are some problems here that you have to resolve. Now this does take a little bit of a Java skills, all of the things that I taught. That's why I put it in the last class. Notice there is no compilation error, but it's going to cause some issues right here. The issue is, well, it might not throw an issue. If it does, I'll explain. I don't want to cloud you up with too much stuff. At this point, if I run it, let's see what happens, okay?
Yes.
If I want to complete this, the result of dividing those numbers, I want to put a plus and write division here. Oh yeah, it's going to cause an issue. Why do I have this error here?
Because it's local versus global variable.
Yes, perfect. How do I fix it?
You need to create the division variable outside of the for loop so it becomes global.
Yes. Notice that this is being created inside this for loop, so it's lost after you exit the for loop. That means this is not understood anymore. With me?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This,
So you can put it outside?
exactly. What you do is you copy the entire left side, because that's what's creating the empty space for division. You copy it and you bring it way outside here.
Yeah.
And you paste it there and close it with a semicolon.
Now they're happy.
Now they're happy.
But still, they have errors.
Because when you do that, you also have to delete this part.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a double.
Because if you write the word double, he's going to create another space for you, and now it's going to be duplicate.
Yeah, that
And
makes
that's why he's complaining.
duplicate location.
So if you delete this one, notice as soon as I delete this, this got highlighted, this will get highlighted. He created a virtual connection between those two. See that?
Yeah. Yeah. They're same.
They're the same now. Okay. And
But
now, still this bad boy, the local variable division may not have been initialized. What does that mean?
you didn't store it here. Just put the 0 equal to 0.
Yes. He's like, what if this for loop, this try catch block never gets executed? Okay. If this never gets executed, then this is not going to have any data. But you want me to print this out, that could be a problem. Why don't you just give me a 0 for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now everybody happy.
Yeah, he's like, just give me a 0. What if I don't get to this line? I don't want to print that null pointer. So I'll give him a 0. He's happy.
I hope that works. Yeah.
I am telling you, this is how we write code. We're not genius. I am not genius. I don't know what lines to write. This software tells me where to fix and how to do it. And automating websites is the same deal. You're going to start, you're going to get stuck. You're going to look at these errors, try to fix one way or another, and only then it's going to come out perfect. But when you finish your work, it's like giving birth to a baby.
Ah, really?
That baby will become a soldier, but not easily. When you build that first automation, it's like that baby just got born. You're gonna run it, it's gonna fail, and you're still working on it. You're gonna hold his hand and show how to walk. He's gonna stumble and fall. Then you build him up and you send him out into the battlefield. Okay? Even in the battlefield, it's going to fail. And then it's gonna come back to you. You're going to heal that your kid and then send him back out in the battlefield. And when he becomes a general, nobody can beat him. And I will show you how to take this code into that general level a month and a half from now. All right. So right now, this is still a baby. He's stumbling and falling. And I'm going to run this code and see if this baby is ready for the war. Run it. Okay. So here's the test. It stopped right here. Numerator 25. Remember, I want to shoot him down first to see if he can handle. So I'm going to put 0. Enter. 0 is not an expected number. Did he ask me again?
Yes.
Okay, so far so good. He's working. That means he went back up here. Let me debug this. That will be the best way to show it. So enter in, breakpoint is on 25. All right, here we go here. Enter 25. Notice it went down here, waiting for enter a denominator. If I execute this line, step over, that got printed. He's on line number 16. I put 0, enter, okay, and go move forward. Look at this, denominator 0 at this point. He's gonna try to execute this code. Step over, execute the code, caught some issue. Now he's gonna go into this code if I step over. Went in here. If I step over, he's gonna print out 0 is not accepted. He got printed out, 0 is not accepted. What happened to the executor again? Went back up.
Yep.
He hit this line, went back up. That's what for loop does. Step over, he's back in here. Step over, enter a denominator, enter 0. Caught this. Well, we'll catch this after I execute this statement. Caught it, print out, went back up again. Enter 0. Okay? Hold on 1 second, please. I got a riot going on here. With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. Keep doing that. Enter denominator. This time I'm going to enter 5. Step over. Hang on. Enter denominator, 5. Enter. Step over. Okay. Did not catch. But went back up. Why?
Because after, if it doesn't catch, there's nothing, no more code for it to execute. So it doesn't know what to do.
That means we did not put any kind of logic for it to stop. Okay.
Yeah.
That means, look at this. If I run it, I put 25, enter, and put 5, it's going to come back up again.
Yeah, because we did it, we caught the error, but we didn't catch if it was non-error.
Yeah. We're still in the loop. It's still trying to do it 5 times. Look at this. 5. I put a valid number. He's not breaking the loop. Pop quiz. How do I break it if a valid data is found?
You have to put break. Yeah.
Yes. You have to put the keyword break. How am I going to do that?
Just
After you do
domination.
after catch statement, you put a break after that break semicolon.
So just break right here with semicolon.
I think so.
Well,
And then it'll execute something else.
if I do put break right here, it's going to, if I run it, I put 25 and put 0. He's going to catch the exception, print this out, and still be able to execute and break this out, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look at this.
But you have to say when he has the result, then gonna stop.
So a logic. Come on.
yeah, you have to put logic, otherwise it won't work.
Okay, so what are we talking about? What logic? How do I do that logic? What statement?
You have to put it in the brackets. Logic.
Come
So you have
on.
to put
I only taught you guys a few Java statements, like maybe handful. You know one is called for loop statement. You got try catch. You got a switch. What are we missing?
If else.
If else.
if forget that one. Yeah.
If else. So what kind of if I need? If what?
If denominator
Okay.
does not equal 0.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If denominator does not equal
0,
0,
then we need to execute certain line of code.
Bracket right here. You want to say?
Break it.
Break it. Let's run it. Here's 25. Here's 5. Best thing if I show you debug. There's 25. Enter a denominator. Step over. Waiting for me. 5. Enter. Step over. Went in here. Notice denominator, numerator, his division right here. If I step over, division, answer for division became 5.
Mm-hmm.
Catch block, nothing to catch. Step over, went to the if statement, denominator not equal to 0. If that comes out to be true, so let's see what happens here. If I do step over, right here, denominator not equals true,
To zero.
this doesn't show anything, but the executor, the fact that it went inside this block of code, meaning this came out to be true.
Mhm.
Denominator is
Yeah.
not 0. Then he's not going to go back up anymore. The executor is going to move down to this statement here. So if I hit a step over, look at this. It broke, came back up here, step over again, printed out the results.
Okay, I understand that.
Was I able to do it on my first shot? No.
No.
If you are asked to write this code on a piece of paper on the interview, would you be able to do this on the first shot? No.
No.
Will you be able to do it at all? No. Will your interviewer be able to do it? No. Without this IDE and trial and error, unless you memorize this, nobody's able to do it.
I will take a printout.
So if they ask you to write this code out on a piece of paper, negotiate with the interviewer. Say, can I give you the pseudocode? Meaning how? You're going to say, I'm going to use a for loop with that's going to rotate 5 times or loop 5 times. Okay. You're going to say, I am going to handle the exception, the division part inside a try-catch block. Okay.
Try-catch system.
And if you can remember this, that I'm going to break the loop when the denominator is not that. If not, at least this much, he might be satisfied. If he insists that you write, you do your best. You don't have to be perfect. If you do half of what I wrote on a piece of paper, they're going to accept you. Understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's do one more shot to see if it still works. So we're going to do a bad number. 25, 0. 0 is not accepted. Enter a number. Another 0. Accepted. Not accepted. Enter denominator. Okay, this time, proper one. 5. Enter. Done.
It works.
Okay. What if they ask me, if they keep on doing 5 times, then just tell them something. I will let you ponder on that, but I'm not going to go any further. Just going to stop here for a little bit. Any question on this?
No question.
No.
Okay. Let's see how much we covered and how much I couldn't. I think there's a lot still left.
No, Jesus.
It's being recorded. Okay.
Oh.
Looks like I did debugger. Lambda, I have not. This throws and throwable, I can cover this later in Selenium class. And multi-threading, I can do it really quickly right now. Let's take 5 minutes and come back, okay? And then what we'll do is multi-threading, explain what that is, and I'll do this interview question number 2, write a program and explain that, and we'll be done for the day. Come back in 5 minutes. Let's make that 7. Haley, Tony, you're back.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, it's been a long day, guys. I'm just not gonna cover these materials here. Lambda and thread and throw.
You want us to read about it?
You read it. You have to memorize these. I will explain this later down the road. These are for interview purposes only. We are not gonna use. You saw this throw part.
Yeah.
You're gonna see this throws in a couple of weeks. I'll use. You will see.
Right.
I never use this, but they will
Throwable.
ask you what is the difference between throws, and throwable. You have to deliver this answer. They asked me in my interview. I did not know the answer. Still got the job. But I'm just saying that you should, and you want to be foolproof. Don't wing it like me. That was a horrible of me of winging with very little knowledge, trying to get the job. But Lambda is the you will never use, and you will never even see it, most likely. But interviewer will want to ask you. This is as like a marker for whether you have you are in the know-how of what Lambda is. If you've been in the business for 7 years, you should know what Lambda is. If you don't know what Lambda is, he's going to classify you as an amateur programmer who probably boasting his experience that you don't have. You have not been in the market for 7 years. So just study and memorize that. I will show you an example if I get a chance. You already know what debugging is. Very, very common interview questions. This one. Write a program to check for palindromes. Example of palindrome: Bob, Dad, Anna, Civic. What's interesting about these words?
They're the same forwards as they are backwards.
So forward, backward, reverse. If you reverse it, flip it, they're the same thing. So we're going to write a program that would, user is going to provide a word. We're going to reverse it and see if they are exactly the same or not. So let's do that and we'll end the class this way. These common ones is what the interviewer picks for two reasons. One, even the interviewer doesn't probably know how to do this on the spot. And when the interviewer is going to try to interview you, they also forget what to ask you. So what they might do is right before the interview, they're going to go online and they're going to search up a few things. Guess what? Whatever they're going to search up is going to also show up on your searches. So if you were to search interview program Java examples, whatever you're going to get is basically they're going to look at, they're looking at, and they're going to ask you those common ones. Over and over, it's always the same ones. So if you look through maybe a good 10 interview programs and go to the interview and you're confident with those, you got it. You don't have to do more. If you fail to do it, remember, you are going to make the case that you only know core Java and you only been using Java to automate test cases. You are not you're not at the developer level. You're going to make a case like that if you get embarrassing situation. Okay? But don't step out of it. And you're going to tell them that give me a test case and I will automate it for you. And that's what you need me here for. I am not an expert developer level programmer, but I can automate websites. That will be your case that you're going to make if you get into an embarrassing situation and the interviewer asks you something extraordinary, difficult task. Let's copy this question. And we're going to automate this. Write this code for this. So I'll go here and in this package called class example, I'm going to say example 2. Do a public static void main. Let's copy the question here. / star / paste it in here. All right. And let's see what we're going to do. Write a program that checks for palindrome. So first thing, I got to take user input. So scanner equals new scanner. System dot in. Hover over import Java util. How many variables might I need for this?
What kind of variable you said, or how many?
Yeah, how many?
You should only need one.
Okay, let's start with one. I'm going to write it the very first thing. What kind of variable?
String.
Good. String. Give it a name.
Palindrome. That's too long. You just put
Yeah.
lowercase.
This is for the user, whatever the user is giving me.
User input.
Or say original word.
Yeah, that works.
1 second, please. All right. Is original word okay?
Yes.
Or user given word, okay? Whichever. What's easier?
That's fine. Doesn't matter. I like that.
Yeah. We're going to say nothing for now. We're just going to create a storage. Have nothing in it. This is going to give us the capability to ask. We are going to ask the user, enter any word. Okay? And with this capability, we're going to accept the word and store it here. So we're going to take the storage with the equal sign, scanner dot next, and that will take that data and store it in here. Run it. Enter any word. Let's say John. And we got no issues. Any questions so far?
No question.
Okay. Next is, so far we got the word in here. Now we have to check this word, original word, and see if it's palindrome or not by flipping and converting. How am I going to flip it? Well, even before I flip it, if I flip this word, don't I have to store it in a separate bucket? And then compare those two? Think this way. Obviously, it's not going to work now. Think of this idea first. I got this one spot that's called original word, and I typed in John. This John is going to be written here. With me so far?
Yeah. Yes.
I am going to flip this. I'm going to manipulate this string to flip, which is going to become N H O J. I still have to store that somewhere, because without storing, I can't compare whether they're the same thing or not.
Mm-hmm.
If after I flip it
And they are the same.
and then I compare them and they are the same, then I can say palindrome.
Yeah.
If after I flip it and I compare and they come out to be false, they're not the same, then I could say no palindrome.
Mm-hmm.
Understand? So you can already
Yes.
see that there is an if statement involved, and I have to find a way to flip this. With me so far?
Yes.
All right. Let's find a way to flip this. Now, you remember today's one of the lessons that if we, let's say, have the word John, this is being stored in a storage called string, original word. String has a capability of breaking this down into its letter parts. Agree? Who remembers
Yes.
with dot what makes us help us do that?
Split.
Yes, but there is nothing to split with here. If there was a space, I could do space. So it's split is not going to work.
Get?
So just a variable dot character.
Very close. This becomes a 0, this becomes a 1, this becomes a 2, this becomes 3.
Index. Dot index.
Yes, index with what method? It starts with a C.
Character.
Yes, char at. Or
Char at. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, char at.
Character at.
At.
If you use this method, you can break it down
trying to
into all of these individual pieces of characters. Agree with me?
Yes.
If
Yes.
we can catch this character from the last to the first and store it in a new variable. So if I take that N, store it here. If I take that H, store it here. If I take this O and store it here, and J and store it here, I got the reverse word. Understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Interview question. This question is half of what I'm going to show you right now, which is how do you reverse a word? How do you reverse a string? They always ask the same one because that's the only one that they know. These guys don't know much. So this is the same idea with the character at, and this is the button you want to press with those interviewers. If you can say this word, the rest, the jumble up, whatever you're going to say, he's going to have a trance. You won't even understand what you said. But he's going to give you all the points with this word of character at. Okay? Now let's see how we're going to do this. This is going to be done using a for loop. So if I go back in here, I write the word for, and sometimes you really have to see the code to understand, oh, wow, that was interesting. we are going to do exactly opposite this time. Okay? We're going to, hang on a second, please. Now, all right. Do you realize that we have to take this last one first?
Yes.
Because we have to take this last one first, our for loop, typical for loop, is not going to work. If I do int I to start at 0, that means I'm starting at j. That's not going to work. Okay. In the center part, we always do like I is less
then
and then the size, right? Or the length.
length dot.
Yeah, we'll get to the proper thing later, but let's just look at it. And then we put I plus plus. Agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is not going to work because we're not going to start with the 0 first. We're going to have to start with the last thing first.
3.
Understand?
Mm-hmm.
That means we're going to have to start with that string last thing, which right now I know it's 3. That I can put 3 right here. It's going to work because it has the index of 3. But what if I didn't know what the index of 3 would be?
Would it be int I equals original word dot char last? Is that a thing?
Yeah, Tony, you're very close, but I want to come back a little bit later on that. I think I might lose a few people, but
Okay.
are we okay that we're going to start with 3 instead of 0?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to work our way into it. So I'm just going to hard code and say 3. Okay.
Mhm.
When am I going to stop? When this value of I reaches, what am I going to stop?
You're gonna stop whenever the value of I equals 0.
Okay. So we're going to say equals 0.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Equal to 0.
Is it equal to, yeah.
And then I minus minus, is that a thing?
Yes. We were adding from 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, but we don't want to increment. We want to decrement. It's going to start with the 3. I want to decrement. So if you put minus minus, it's going to keep going down and down. Okay. This equal to is giving me error because equal to is not equal to equal to equal to.
Oh, okay. Equal to.
Okay. With me so far. Now,
Yes.
here's what we're going to do. We're going to need another storage space created. So we'll create it way up here. That's also a string. So I'm going to put a comma and say reverse word.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put reverse word here. And put it equal to. I'm going to take whatever is inside this reverse word, which is at this time nothing, and I'm going to add it with original word, and I'm going to let the I decide what that's going to be. Okay. So I'm going to say original word, and I'm going to say character at. Let me pull this way up here without messing this up. Dot character at, the index will become I. This is telling me reverse word has not been initialized. How do I fix that?
Put the 0.
We can't put 0 for string. What do I put?
Oh yeah, just put
But
a
no.
word.
Null.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's debug this and see how that works. All right. So we'll just debug from right here. Why is it not letting me? Save. That's weird. What if I hit debug? It's taking me way down there. Cancel that out. Debug point now. This software is so finicky. Maybe I need to take that debug pointer off from this page. Oh, there you go. That's weird. It doesn't do that with IntelliJ. Okay. So put a debug point right here. Debug it. Did it stop anyone? It's messing up with me. If that happens, just close this, restart. Okay. Hit the debug button. There. It's on this line. Step over. Went to line 15. Step over. Enter. Waiting for this one. If I enter a word, let's say John. Step over. Looks like Eclipse got really tired.
Well, are we doing anything after original word and scanner.next? That for loop is there, but nothing's really happening in the for loop, right? I don't know.
A lot of things are happening. Unfortunately, with this software, I'm unable to because it's really not wanting to work right now. But I could have shown you every step of the way how this reverse word is getting added together. So let me try this again. Resume. Come on. Okay. John. Enter. See, I don't have these buttons available, so I'm sorry. Don't want to take up your time on trying to fix why this is not working. Debug is not working, but let me explain what's happening, okay? So as I entered the word John, let's step by step see what's going on. So because I entered John, this word is now stored in the variable called original word. With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. So there's John. These are characters inside. And this is reverse word. Okay. Now, the moment it hits for loop, it first initializes I with a 3, and it comes right here. Original word dot character at this I becomes a 3. Loretta, what character am I gonna get if character at is I equals 3?
And
Correct. So this n is that I equals 3 gets added. This is the n.
mhm,
It gets added with reverse word, which is nothing initially.
mhm. Yeah.
So basically, because this nothing means nothing, this n gets stored in this reverse word. Now we have n.
Mhm.
Okay? Loop is over. This work is done. It goes back up here. Decremented by 1. So this is now no longer 3, it's a 2. This 2 comes up here. This is now a 2.
Yeah.
Tony, what's the value of character at 2 from original word?
H.
H. This H gets right here. And this is the reverse word. Reverse word has what now?
H.
It has the N.
N and H.
So this,
Oh, okay. First N and H. Yes.
this N and H gets added together as a string, meaning nothing to add, just put side by side. And that gets stored into this reverse word again. So we got this H that got stored so far. This work is done, goes back up here, goes back up here. In this decrement by 1, this 2 becomes a 1. This I becomes a 1. Character at 1 is 0. This value for this becomes not 0, O. And inside the reverse word, we have NH. This NH and O gets added together and stored inside the reverse word again. That means now the new value is NHO. We decrement the 1 with 1 more, which is 0. So the I becomes 0. 0 and I matches. If they match, it's going to break and it's not going to add anything. So my bet is that this last one is still not going to be entered in the reverse word. Let's print it out and see how that works. So if I print out reverse word after this, south reverse word, run it, any word, let's say John, enter, reverse word, it did not even get stored. That's not good. This is throwing a mess for me today. Don't know why. I'm going to change a few things just to see if this is still working sane. I don't want you to worry about this right now yet. NHJOH, but it's doing this null. still bringing null for me. So here's what we're going to do. Instead of putting null, it's actually storing this actual null word in there. The way I'm going to bypass that is I'm going to put a string symbol with nothing in it.
Mhm.
I don't know why it's doing that. It's not supposed to. But different IDE can have different issues, and you have to come up with a way to handle it. So I saw that this null got added to this word. That is a problem. This null is being accepted as a string, but I didn't put a string around it. It shouldn't. So instead of that, I just put a string with nothing in it. Let's see how that works. So run it. Any word, John. And if I hit enter, I should get the opposite of that, which is being able to reverse right now. So the mechanism is working. If I were to put equal to, run it, John, notice it's not working. The for loop does not like this symbol equal to, because what if it never reaches that 0? There's a risk to it. Just like we used to do greater than 0, less than, always less than symbol. What you want to remember is if you want to flip this, if you want to say increment and flip that to a decrement, you need to flip this symbol as well. That's all you need to remember. So instead of less than symbol, I'm going to put greater than symbol and try that out and see how that works. So here's a word, John, and it worked, but it didn't give me that last one. Okay. In that case, you can put an equal sign paired with it. Try that and see how that works. John, enter, and that gave me NHOJ. So this happens to be a better logic. If I try to explain this, I may still not be able to make sense to you. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to me either, but I can still get the work done as long as I do trial and error and find the right balance for me to do whatever it needs to do. Okay? Questions so far?
No questions so
No.
far.
Okay, we're almost there. This is one answer. How do you reverse a word? And this is what you have to do to reverse a word. Any word you give now, it's going to get reversed. So if I say Jonathan and hit,
Well,
oops,
shouldn't.
it shouldn't.
Yeah, because it still equals 3. Yeah, you hard coded it.
This got hard coded. Only that last 4.
I think it's just 4 words gonna work. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only taking from here and
You
taking.
can write moon, MOON.
What do we do here so that it doesn't get hard coded? Now, always remember, index cannot be what?
Same as size.
Same as the size. Okay, if I say the size, here's the size. Original word dot what? Either dot size or dot length. This one is dot
Length.
Okay, if I do this, this is gonna give me what kind of exception?
It's so you put original word dot length.
Yeah.
It still doesn't know where to start though. Because it's just telling you, I don't know.
Well, the length is.
I don't know. You have to put the size instead of the length.
Okay, let me show you something here. This is like putting together what you learned today. If I were to hard code this to 3, and I were to find out what is the length of this original word, so original word dot length,
Mm-hmm.
With Jonathan, it's gonna give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if I run this, Jonathan, it's gonna give me 9. Yes?
So it needs to be original word dot length -1.
Exactly. But if I were to not do -1, if I take that original length and put it here, it's gonna break with what exception?
Out of bounds.
Of yes, that's half of it.
What was that called? Runtime error.
String index out of bound exception.
String index.
Oh, string.
Because this I is gonna go right here, and character at when it's gonna be 9, is he gonna find anything in number 9? Number 9 is going to be that spot right there that doesn't have anything. The last index is what?
8.
Number 8, correct. Because the first index for that Jonathan J is 0, the last is 8, it never reaches 9. So if I run this right now, and I've never tried this, I'm just making a guess. Jonathan, and there you go. String index out of bound exception. Okay? Line number 23. So the way to fix that is whatever the length is, always take 1 away from it. Wouldn't that work?
Yes.
Then in this right here, original word dot length, that is 9. Right now it's 9. Tomorrow it could be something else, but I don't care what it is. Just take 1 away. -1.
1.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now if I do this and write Jonathan, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is variable. So I can put a bigger name, let's say purification. It will be fine. It will adjust the way it is. 12 characters.
Why are you printing the 12?
Just to show you. We don't need to. We don't.
Okay. I
I
get
just
it.
wanted to show you, but you don't need to. Okay? Are we there? So
12. Purification.
Yeah, we're good.
okay. We have made it foolproof. It's not gonna fail anymore, and no matter what you give it, it's gonna reverse it back out. Okay? Now the last part, is it a palindrome? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the logic. If this original word,
Equals reverse word.
yes, is dot equals ignore case.
Mm-hmm.
Dot equals ignore case, because what if I put capital P and then flipped it up and not working the same way? Ignore
Yeah,
case.
exactly.
Reverse word, which is this one. Then I want to say
System.outprint.
yes,
This is a palette.
palindrome. Okay. Else what?
EL.
Else
No,
original world. Okay, it doesn't matter yet. Then it's not palindrome.
you don't have to put any more condition.
Yeah.
When you say else,
Got it.
that means there's either you go north. If you're not going north, you are going south.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to be a good boy. If you're not
Not a
good
bad
boy,
boy.
you are doomed. You are gonna go the bad boy direction. Okay. So here I'm gonna say no, not a palindrome. All right. Now let's test this program out. So if I'm gonna run this, go in here, Please, the debugger work. Please, please, please. You turn this on. Because the best way to show you is through debugger. There's that scanner in. Should not be stopping here. Multiple markers, change scanner. Maybe I didn't close the scanner. Scanner.close. Stop it, rerun. I'm not even going to put debugger here. I'm going to put it here to make it easy for this executor. Debug. Waiting for the word. Enter a word. Let's say we're going to put a palindrome word, Anna. Hit enter. Anna got stored. Executor came to this spot right here. For loop. Step over, went inside. Step over, went back up. Doing its thing, but not good enough to show me the variables. That's bad. Bad software. Do that again. Going back up. Keep on saving Anna got out. It's going to print out the reverse word of Anna. There. Got printed out. He's going to compare original word, reverse word, step over. Because they match, it went inside. He's going to print this, but he's going to skip completely these steps. Okay, so watch this.
Yeah.
He came here, skipping this one, he's going to jump to this. Jumped right here, and we'll execute this, and that got printed out. Yes, palindrome right there. And then done. Last line, finish off, program ended. Do it again. This time we're going to put not palindrome. A word, I'm putting in Stein. Hit enter. Computer came here. Step over a couple of times. Word got reversed, came out. Here's the reverse word. That got printed out. Now in here, checking for, are they equal? Step over, not equal, so he skipped this line already and went straight to the south direction. And now if I hit go, it's going to print out no, not a palindrome. And there you have it. Done.
Got it.
Any question?
No, no question.
To finish out a line, take these extra lines off. Don't need it. If you want to keep the for loop separate with the one line space, fine. You want to keep this if statement with one line space, fine. This one doesn't need an extra line, doesn't need an extra line. Take that off, and you're ready to ship it. And you would take this code right here, copy that, and submit for your assignment if that's the case. Okay? Your homework has a similar question. And this one is finding duplicate. You're going to take an input from a user, and you're going to go through the loop with the character at. Whatever the word you found, you're going to see if there is a duplicate character or not. So you take one character at a time and compare that with an if statement with all the other characters that are there to see if they are same. If so, then say duplicate. If not, say no duplicate found. You want to take this up a little bit farther. This is a bonus. I don't expect that you do this, but if you want to challenge yourself, if it's too easy, then you put all those calculations of whether duplicate or not in a method, and then you can read about this on how to do it. I wrote what you need to take, what the method takes, and what the method displays. Okay, so try this out. If you need assistance, shoot me a text. We can have a Thursday. Thursday is Christmas.
It's gonna be Christmas break.
Yeah. We can do maybe. We can't also meet Wednesday because that's. So maybe Tuesday we can do this. I can work. Do you all want to do a class next weekend?
Yes.
Okay, then Sunday it is the same time, and I will show you how to load Selenium on your end, and I'm also going to not just have you load Selenium, but you're the one who's going to be writing and copying code from me, and I want to make sure that it runs, and we'll do a simple, very simple automation work to get you started with that, and that will be next class. Any questions before we end the class today?
No question.
All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.